Dimp Digital presents Idle Game Chat.
Cool.
Hello, apps here from Dimp Digital, and welcome once again to Idle Game Chat. We are here to talk about some of the video games that you can play today. And we won't be reacting to any news because we don't do it anymore. That's not true. Sometimes we do. Anyway, we've got a chock-a-block episode. Ghosts of Tsushima and Ghost of Yōtei both on the docket, but this is Ghosts of Tsushima Legends. So you'll be filled in on what that online mode is about to be surpassed by Ghost of Yōtei Legends, which is releasing in the near future. But that's Sucker Punch's multiplayer version of Ghost of Tsushima. I had a go at that, so I'll give my opinion. That is then quickly followed by Ghost of Yōtei with Biff and I. So we both played through it, both finished the game, so we're there to give our verdict on that. Adkins returns with more Assassin's Creed Shadows. This time it's the DLC pack. I get into Hell Is Us, which is a very interesting game. And then Biff returns to cap off the episode with Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. That is Metal Gear Solid Delta, I should say. Snake Eater. He gives his opinion on that. And also Gears of War, the latest remaster. Was it called Reloaded, was it? Can he remember now? It was so long ago. Anyway, that's what you've got on the docket for this episode. I'll get out the way and I'll see you all on the other side.
So, Logan and Apps back again. The usual shocked face where I come in probably too loud in his ear rolls. But we're here with another review. I don't think we even announced that last time. We got into rubbish and stuff. One of our previous ones.
Well, people should have figured it out by now. 9 times out of 10, it's about a game. We don't really do newsy stuff that often. And also, it's time-stamped. So have a fucking look before you start the episode.
Oh, right, yeah. In the YouTube
chapters, yeah.
Chaptered, well, not necessarily YouTube.
I don't like this AI, but that's one thing I want it to do for me for free, is to timestamp it. And to be fair, YouTube, I don't know what the criteria is. Sometimes, for some videos that I'm watching, will clearly have like AI-generated chapters. It'll have like a...
That's it.
Yeah, like, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what the criteria of that is, but sometimes there'll be... it'll be broken up by it's not done by humans. It's just taking a phrase and it'll just drop it like, the park, it will say, and then you'll realise they're talking about a particular park, and then it'll be like the police, and it's but it doesn't do it for every video.
I didn't know they did that. Yeah, no. I just assumed the ones that I did see it in were specifically generated. But it's one of those things now. Actually, there's a particular chap, like a reporter, that does videos on Spurs,
right?
And he literally does like hour-long chats, and lovely chap, but there's a lot of waffle in there. And sometimes there's specifically things that he's put in their headline that I want to listen to, but he doesn't chapter them, and I'm like, fucking hell, can we chapter this, please, so that I can just get in and get out if I want to?
It's somewhat tricky because you kind of want people to listen to everything, but like, well, don't just skip around. But I'm like, just skip around. But particularly when you're talking about video games, because
there might be a specific one you want to listen to, but the others you're not interested in.
Like, and there might be a game you're playing through, and you're like, I don't want to know anything. I'm halfway through this in case he fucking shits something out that I didn't want to know. And we'll try and be mindful of that particular scenario, but I get it. Like, there's games, if I'm listening to a podcast and if it's something I'm going to play in the next week, I'll just skip over it. And then if it's timestamped, that's really easy. So, I don't know. Make it easy for the audience, I say. But it is a lot of fucking work. I can understand why people don't do it. And that reporter often posts, he'll go to a game, he'll then write up his report and then do a video afterwards. Yeah. So, like, he did one, Spurs were at home to Wolves. That was an 8 o'clock kickoff. So he did the whole game, went home, wrote his report until the early hours, and then did a YouTube video afterwards. And I was like, good Lord. In his defence, it's not what he's doing as his full-time gig.
No, I'm still like, come on, mate. Let's have some chapters. Let's get them in there.
Get them chapters in there.
But we're here to discuss Ghost of Tsushima. That's a bit of a Ghost of Tsushima. Legends.
Yes, that's the important distinction.
Yeah, which I understand to be either a mode or an add-on to OG Ghost of Tsushima.
It's kind of both. So the way and it's even more complicated because of the director's cut. So I'll try and establish
timeline, please.
So Ghost of Tsushima comes out in 2020. Is that it? 2020, I believe. It launches. It's a story mode. It's an open world, samurai stroke ghost ninja type game. Very good. Recommend you play it. In fact, we spoke about the director's cut earlier this year in the archives. You can find that. I replayed it and done the platinum run on it recently. And then months after that came out, I can't remember exactly when, they announced there's going to be Ghost of Tsushima Legends, which is you get a free upgrade if you already own the base game. So if you own Ghost of Tsushima, you could just download this separate app. It's a separate kind of install at the time and play it. Or it was $15.99, 16 UK pounds to download if you didn't own the main game. So if for whatever reason you wanted to just, I'm multiplayer only, I don't really care about Jin's story, but you want to get involved with some samurai shit online, that was a way to do it. So there's a little bit of I don't know many games that have done that, like had their multiplayer mode come out and had it available separately so that someone could just buy that part of it. Because usually just bundled in, isn't it? It's like if you have to own the game to play the multiplayer. I think actually that's quite a smart little way of doing it because I don't think it's sold massive amounts on its own, but at least for someone who doesn't want to make the full commitment, you don't feel as ripped off, do you? You think, I only want to play the multiplayer. I don't want to spend 50, 60, 70 quid on the full game. You can just get the multiplayer suite. I think it's smart.
I feel like, I don't know if Gears did that at some point. There was, I'm sure of it. There's not many that do it, but I feel like there was one that did that, and I can't bloody remember what it was, but it's irrelevant. It's still a good idea.
Yeah. Well, some of the games these days, I guess the closest is that you buy the full package and you can choose to install or not install various modes. Yeah, but this is kind of a little bit. It is different in the fact that it's available to everyone. Just got to pay out for it. So anyway, that happens. I ignore it. I don't go into it. I just don't. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Multiplayer is never really my thing anyway. Then we fast forward to earlier 2025. I'm like, right, we think we're getting Ghosts of Yōtei that's coming out, and I want to go through Ghost of Tsushima again. I never played the DLC. I scrubbed through it quite quickly. I was in that old mode of playing games where it was about volume rather than diving into the game a bit deeper. So I go and get the director's cut. It's included in whatever PlayStation subscription I've got at the time, so that's no problem. I play through it, I platinum it. You go and find the opinion of that in the archives. Very good again.
You go off, you do the work.
Absolutely. And then the way in which director's cut is set up is Legends is present again in the game itself, so you can go into the game and select the mode from there. But there's also in the open world a chap that you can sit down next to, and he'll tell you this. Cause the meta of it is that the guy is telling you the stories of the missions you're playing through, the legends of the past, the legends of what happened. On the lands of Tsushima and how the ghosts helped, hopefully save the environment or the country. Well, it's not a country, is it? It's a part of Japan, but whatever. Getting snarled up in details we don't need to be worried about. But anyway, it's seamless. So you can actually go from playing the story, chat to this guy, and then it will load up and boot up Tsushima. Legends, sorry. And then also they've got a PS5 standalone. If you don't have director's cut, you can just buy it separately. So that's kind of where we're at. And Yōtei, by the time people listen to this is out, I'm most likely playing it. But I was like, you know what? I feel like I should at least try Legends, Tsushima Legends, just to see. Because again, we're at a bit of a loose end. We've got a bit of time. I could buy a new game, potentially. But I think...
So you play the multiplayer?
Yeah. This is the multiplayer mode.
So you are on here reviewing a multiplayer game?
Yeah. So you need to make sure you ask the right questions with your multiplayer head on. You need to extract the right info.
I did think this, but I was like, I couldn't tell whether it was a kind of something that you'd done that was multiplayer that you somehow now can do solo or whatever it was. So when I did see it, I was like, this looks like a co-op, for a bit like Helldivers. I didn't know if it was going to be like more of a wave style format or what it would be. But I saw it and I was like, this feels something's not adding up. Because why are you sitting there doing this now? Like, I was thinking, I wonder if who's he play? I wonder if he teamed up with Adkins. And I was like, how did this come about? So did you do this on your own? And did you match make? And there are actually other people still playing this?
Yeah, there is. So I did it on my own, and match made. You can play some of the content solo. You can actually turn it offline and play a lot of it, but some of it's really difficult to do on your own. It's designed for a co-op PvE essentially session. But I match made with randoms. I think there's a Discord that I went in. I didn't really use it, but I was there in case like I was stuck, and you can like ask for groups and whatnot. But the matchmaking was fine. And I treated it like how I'd treat Helldivers when no one was around or when people have logged off. I was like, I'll just jump into random games or just start random games. And for the most part, it seems like, especially this game, because it's such a niche and the timing of playing this is quite bizarre in that, the player base is probably quite low. Yeah. The ones left playing it are the good players. So everyone kind of knows what they're doing. You don't get too many rookies. It's not like the first week of Call of Duty or whatever, where you've got all sorts of people in there causing chaos and whatnot. Like most of the people in here are kind of there and they know what they're doing. And matchmaking was fine. I said you can play it offline as well. I played a couple of things solo because one of the options is you can turn the photo mode option on, which allows you to pause the game, obviously. So that's offline if you want to be doing that. But yeah, random matchmaking and the odd kind of group that was lurking. And we got through pretty much all the content. And there's quite a bit there. There's different... I'll go through it in a second, but there's a number of ways in which you can play and interact with it. So, yeah, we did it.
Interesting. Okay, so essentially you match made, you got in. So I guess the idea then is to play through all of these scenarios, I guess, to get the lore.
That was the intention. Yeah. Lore. The lore itself probably is any multiplayer is a second thing, but
so why would there be people that are still grinding it?
You can ask that about any multiplayer game.
This is what I mean. Like,
outside of the gear, grind. You can when you get to the end game. Obviously, there's like a massive. You can build up legendaries and all that sort of stuff's implemented in the game. It's like a gear score system, which I'll go into a bit later. But yeah, it's people they're grinding like the weekly, what you would call, I don't know, what was that hard mode called on Destiny? Nightfalls. They have like nightmare. They're called nightmare modes. Every week there's usually one, because I think there's 4 modes. Again, I'll go through them. But there's one scenario of each of those that's a nightmare mode, which is fucking impossible. I went into a couple afterwards and I was like, Jesus Christ, the modifiers on this that give you better drops. There's people in there just grinding up characters, and there's 4 different classes. So I think people want the samurai up to level 20, with like the high skill, and it's all that. There's a gold rush of different people
thing.
Yeah,
basically, it's not just a co-op play through some missions.
This isn't
things.
like Uncharted or maybe not Gears of War is a good example, but like Last of Us or like this is set up much like it reminded me a lot of Destiny with the gear scoring and how that works, how the drops all work. Like it's one of those which is I didn't really understand any of this before I went into it. I didn't look anything up. I was quite surprised. Like, this is not just run through the missions at the end. Like there's raids. Like hard shit.
No, I mean that's what I was trying to sort of figure out. Really, is like to what extent is this a multiplayer mode? Right. I was trying to think: is this like random people just playing through missions together. And then to your point, why I was thinking, okay, if they've done that, the game's a few years old or the mode's a few years old, why would they continue to stick around? And the answer is, well, because there's a whole ecosystem of
progression and
stuff. Is there things like cosmetics and like store and stuff there?
Well, this is the interesting thing. There is cosmetics and I think because I don't know, but there's basically a Ghost of Sparta, like a God of War samurai outfit that I had access to like quite early, so I just put that on. But there's tons of different variants for armor and like sword effects, all the shit they put in things like when you kill someone, it'll blow out a load of like dust or whatever. There's obviously got the glowing fucking cosmetics. That's all in there. What was surprising to me is seeming there's no way to buy any of it with real money. So they've not actually set this up as like a, the microtransactions aren't present. So it's all in-game. Trying to grab it all. And given where Sony have been in the last number of years talking about live service games, this probably came before that was, put into place. But I'm surprised retrospectively they haven't tried to weasel some sort of microtransactions in, because it's set up, it's got everything you would ever expect just without having to pay for it. Like it's all available. It's a lot of grinding, but even like buying experience to level up quicker, the sort of shortcuts that they'll offer to try and like time savers, just not present. So it's got all that. It's just one of those ones that it's not trying to extract every penny out of the user base. You think of someone like me who's just playing this as an extra mode of the main game. They've made no extra money out of this of me, none. And they can't. I've got access to the main game. The only extra income they've made is the people that just buy the mode on its own. So that's refreshing to see, but I was just surprised to see the lack of penny pinching in there, because these days every multiplayer game has some level. I mean, fucking single player games have them. Assassin's Creed. Get your XP
This is what
boost.
I was trying to think. Like, why are they, for want of a better term, supporting it? And
once it's up, it's up.
Well, is it though? Because you see these cunts pulling servers down all the time.
I know. It's bizarre. Like it's even a thing that's there. Because it isn't. It's not a fucking cash cow. Yeah, no.
Yeah, because that's what I was trying to figure out. Is like, okay, if this is what you say it is, how are they essentially milking it for, for money? Or what's the catch?
It feels like Alan in the boardroom sitting there going, how have we let this get through? Like, not added some form of payment method. And
maybe it's just one of those things where I sometimes wonder if game studios have this. If we made a game, it would become your passion project, right? Like you've literally invested all of your time and you see the product of that. And I do sometimes wonder, I think this is why you sometimes see like politics and all this sort of stuff kind of manifest itself, because people it becomes personal to them and they want it to be kind of a reflection of, not a reflection of them, but they invest some of them in it. And I think sometimes these studios probably want to do things because they just want to do them, like because they see something there. And then you've got the dichotomy between boardroom and like passion, and that's where there's usually a compromise. But maybe for this, I can't remember their name now, but maybe that was something they just Sucker Punch. That's it. Yeah. They just wanted to do it and they did it. And then they were like, okay, well, that's what we wanted. Stick it out there.
It'll be fascinating to see what they do with the Yōtei equivalent, because they've announced it will be coming. And again, it's the same sort of setup. If you've got the game, you'll be able to download it, no extra charge. But if you want access to it separately, you can pay a smaller fee. So it's the same setup in that instance. I am fascinated to see whether someone sat there and gone, right, we need to really, even if we're not going to make it like a gouging experience, for the whales in there that want to do it, they don't care, we should give them an opportunity to spend their money with us, offer them a way to do it, an avenue. If they really want a part of their cash, then we should offer that to them. So I'm kind of fascinated to see what they do.
There is a portion of people that are almost annoyed if they can't spend their money on a skin or something. Like they actively want to, whereas I'm the opposite. I'm like, don't give me the option. I don't want to do it. I don't want to see someone with a it's what annoys me about Valorant and CS and all these different things. You see them and you go, I would really want that, but the amount of money I would have to invest in that is beyond what I'm willing to sacrifice.
Yes.
So it does kind of feel like they're leaving money on the table if they don't. But I'd rather they did. I'd rather games left it there. I mean, I get it. It depends on the type of game, right? Because ultimately,
the objective,
they need to make a profit out of it because it's not a charity. They give you a product and they need some money in return to pay for wages and time. And I don't object to doing that.
No.
I would just generally prefer it. I'm trying to think if Helldivers had that mechanic in it. I think you could buy credits if you really wanted to.
Yeah, you could. You could buy those credits and then you could use those to buy the premium version of the War Bond.
That's it.
There was two versions, weren't there? There's always a free version.
Yeah.
And then there's a premium version. And obviously when you start doing that, you have the fan base going, oh, you've made it pay to win because this gun's got an extra fucking percent off damage. And it's like, yeah, of course it's going to be slightly better in some respects, but I think it's a hard balance doing that. But that's the way to kind of do it, isn't it? To offer the best of both worlds. You don't really have packs in this to purchase with experience or anything like that. It's all drops from in-game. So maybe that's something they'll add in the next one, is you'll get these little chesties that you get at the end of things, or you can go in a store and cash in your experience or your honour or whatever the resource is.
They can't do loot chests anymore, can they, though?
Why's that? They're not allowed?
Gambling.
Wow. Everything's age verified now, so they're all going to be over 18.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's games that
they've all got it. FIFA's, if EA Sports has still got it. EA Football's still got it.
Oh, what, the Ultimate Team packs?
Yeah, it's still there. Certain countries have are not happy about it and have said, "Look, you can't be doing that here," but they're still rampant in key markets, making a lot of money.
Here's a question. We're digressing. Would you rather... So, in a world where Joe Appleyard really wanted a skin, right? Or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not even going to make up a scenario. This world, you want one, right? Would you rather, in this world, be able to buy your skin... So let's use £15 as the amount of money it is, right?
Fucking hell. It's more than
Would you rather buy... the exact one you wanted, or have a chance at that for a $5. So you could have 3 loot boxes. So you could get something unbelievable. Yeah. Or you could get some turt. Would you rather buy? Would you? So the crux of the question is: would you rather just have?
I'd rather just pay, I think.
Or would you rather have this loot box random, and you can't buy the skins directly? So you have to buy them through the loot. You have to get loot boxes or skins. I don't like loot boxes because it's up to chance. And you could, 15 quid for the skin is fucking absurd, but you could easily spend 30 quid. Just add
that is outrageously cheap in the grand scheme of things.
I know. But ultimately...
So if I said it's £50, you'd go, absolutely...
But even then, though, I fall on the side of, if I really wanted it, why would I keep taking a chance with these loot boxes?
Agreed, yeah.
Like, if the loot boxes you said to me, you had to grind for them and it took 5 hours a pop, I'll be doing that. But if it's like a $5 a go, there's a good chance that out of 3 of them, I won't get what I wanted.
So you get some random loot boxes as well. Because generally you'll get some loot boxes and Or, this is the third option, a battle pass, right? The skin you want is at the end of it. So you will get it. You've paid it a fixed amount. You get other stuff. Let's say but it'll be so it'll be 3 months. It'll be a season. Say a quarter.
Stop pressuring me. I ain't getting involved with that. It's like the fucking argument for Game Pass again. You have to wedge it all into the subscription. You have to get value.
Yeah. So so you got 3 different modes.
I'll buy it. I'll pay the premium.
Buy it, or you just buy the money. You just buy it.
Yeah, it's like when you go into the shop and you're like, right, I want some beer. They've got the bottle version or the can version. Now, the can version is always cheaper, always. But it's not as nice, is it? So I think I might as well pay a few extra quid and get a nice bottle version. Thank you. If you want something, just get it if you can afford it. Don't be half trying to play around with things.
Yeah, I mean, that
Have you seen this Guinness coffee?
No.
All right, Paper sent it to me, so get into him. I've meant to ask you about that completely not on this, but popped in my head,
What is that going in that conversation? If you want to say it, just get it.
He was thinking about beer. Yeah, and then I was like, hang on, there's more drink items I need to address with him. So
yeah, I need to. I haven't seen that, although I did get Guinness sausages the other week, which are interesting. Yeah, they're lurking.
Do they have Guinness in them? They taste of.
Taste. I don't know how much, but yeah, there's this underlying taste of Guinness in them. Yeah, so they were nice. In Lidl, so can get that signed off. I don't know whether they're like a limited term thing, but anyway. I just thought I'd pick your brains on that whole dichotomy, because I thought I know you don't like any of those options anyway, and I know you're not one for. Have you ever bought like a skin or anything like that, and if you did, how long ago would that have been?
Skin. I want to say no. I haven't ever paid money for a skin. I'm sure I've bought a loot box or something somewhere along the line. I don't know if Rocket League, if I bought anything for that. I don't think I did, because I stopped playing when they started to do the whole.
They had loot boxes probably back when you were playing.
Yeah,
and they took them all out.
Any of those. No, I mean, it might have happened. I'm not going to say it definitely didn't, but did
you do Ultimate Team?
No, I did, but I tried to play it free, and you don't get very far, I found out. All annoying me was you get players for like 2-match contracts, and I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah, that was annoying. So you'd get them, and you go, I've got them.
Disappear.
Yeah, and then they just go.
Yeah, you got fucking classic Figo for like 3 games, and that's it. And it's like, okay. That annoyed me.
Yeah, I genuinely can't remember a time when I've played a game with you and you've gone, I'm getting that skin or anything. I
don't think I have.
I can't remember. I just wondered if there was one game that you might have played where you're like, I really.
Destiny, no.
Did Sea of Thieves or anything have anything like that?
Yeah, not that I would have paid for. Don't think so. Like I said, I went through a battle pass on F1 23, I remember, but that's because it came with the Champion Edition that I'd bought that was on sale. Like it gave enough credits for that. So that's about. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out, but for argument's sake, it would have been a one-off, if that, but most likely no. Don't be getting involved in it. But Legends doesn't have that option, so it wasn't a concern.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather. I like earning things like loot boxes through, and then you have a chance at getting a shot at something. I like that random lottery nature of them sometimes. I don't like spending money on it. I hated doing that with Ultimate Team. You could buy 10 packs, it's all to it, and you go, oh, good.
Yeah.
And then you just know better off for the money you've spent. So I don't like that as a function. I think Fortnite was probably the one that changed it, where they went, here's this big fuck off store of shit, buy what you want. And just kind of like, if you go into it now, it is mental how much there is for you to buy. Like it's fucking pages and pages and pages of stuff. And I prefer that option. Like if there was something that I wanted to buy, then just let me go and do it. But yeah, and I don't mind a little battle pass if there's something I'm going to play. I don't mind having it. It generally will give you the credits back at the end of it and stuff. So
yeah, that's the one I wouldn't. So that's why I wouldn't mind it if there was no time limit on the pass, and if I got through it, I'd get enough to get the next one. That initial outlay I wouldn't be against, because then you can continually, get value out of that one investment. But yeah, that's what I kind of want him to be. Is not timed, so I can go from my own pace, and then I have got a path forward without any more additional investments.
I feel like Helldivers was the only one that sort of kept it open. Rocket League goes.
I think Halo Infinite they made a big deal out of that
Halo
being
did.
Always available.
I completely forgot that game even existed.
Yeah, I think most people have, unfortunately for that.
Good game though. It's so annoying. It was very good. I really did like it, but
chuffed it.
Anyway, so where were we? Ghost of Tsushima Legends. So it's essentially a whole ecosystem there. So what have you got down there that you want to chat to before we sort of go off on more tangents?
I'll just go through this. I'll just go through what's there. so you get an understanding of what you can actually do in the game. So so it's multiplayer co-op for the most part. There's one mode where you can do a little bit of a twist on that, and you can play some of this content, maybe all of it offline, but some of it, unless you fucking glitch the game. I don't know if you can even glitch it. Solo would be very, very difficult. Let's say for some of the content in there. In terms of how you go about your business, you've got 4 classes. So you've got Samurai, Hunter, Ronin, and Assassin. So what's different about this compared to the main game is that Jin, who you take control of in Tsushima, he basically has access to all the skills of a Samurai, a Hunter, a Ronin, and an Assassin. Okay, so he's like this one all-encompassing, absolute legend. In this, what they've done is they've taken elements from each of those sort of classes and made them their own thing. So as a samurai, you're more adept at hand-to-hand or sword-to-sword combat, close range. You can take more damage, etc. You have access to specific items that make sense for a samurai. As a hunter, as someone who uses their bow, you've got better ranged abilities, etc. So it's kind of balanced it across those 4 where, depending on your play style, you kind of want to pick the one that you're best equipped with. Annoyingly, you have to unlock each class. So your class also has like a leveling system, which is just basic match XP. There's no like drops or anything. Like you do this, you'll get 1,000 XP. Okay, you're up to level 1. Now it's 2,000, etc., etc. I think every 6 levels you unlock the ability to unlock the other class. So once you've committed to one, you're going to have to work with that particular class for a little while at least. Then in terms of the content, you've got story missions, as they're labelled. These are 2-player missions, so just co-op. That's all there is. Against NPCs, it's a specific. There's no randomness really. That's not completely true, because on the higher levels there is a little modifier that can come on. But generally, your objectives are set each time you play it. So these are like replayable story missions that you might find in other games. There's usually in each story mission there's 3 chapters which serve as a loose checkpoint. So you'll always at a minimum go back to the start of your chapter. But actually, if you kill enemies, up until that point, it will often save that as well. So you've got about, how many of those are there? Maybe 6 or 7, maybe a bit more story missions with a unique twist. There's normally like a specific, like one of them has people that are tethered together and you have to kill the 2 of them within a certain time period, or the other one is revived. There's other things which I won't go into, but there's normally a unique sort of mechanic within the game. You work through those chapters. You can play them on gold, silver, or bronze level. You have to unlock that based on your gear score. So there's a minimum gear score for each of those. Obviously, bronze being open from 0 to about 20. And then from 30, you get silver, blah, 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 blah. And I think your gear score goes up to 120 if you want to really get into it. Right. So they're there lurking. Then you've got Survivor, which is probably what you saw in the mission, which is like 4-player horde, wave-based, defend the point. So there's usually 3 points. The enemies will attack 1 point. You'll go and see them off. Then they'll attack a second point. So maybe you'll split your group up and 2 of you will go here, 2 of you will stay here. And you just defend that for a number of waves. They'll send a boss wave in, get gear at the end of that. It's quite long. Then you've got Rivals, which is PvPvE. So it's 2v2. Each team has their own zone separated by usually a river or something. You can't go onto the other team's zone, but they're essentially mirror copies of each other in terms of the environment. And it's kill as many AI enemies as you can. They drop, I guess, what you'd call like medals or tags. You pick up the tags. You cash the tags in at the totems. That banks your score. You reach a certain score. It triggers a boss wave. There's 3 boss waves at the end. First team to get to the end of that wins. But you're not. You can cash in your tags whilst you're sort of banking them to inconvenience the other team. So you can like send like 5 strikes on them, or you can put like a hard enemy in there. So you can start to fuck around with the team if you want to do that. And then you've got the raids. This is like 4-player long missions. There's 3 kind of missions, I guess, that make up the overall raid story. They're called chapters again. You don't have to do all the chapters in one go, but you have to finish the chapter a la sort of like a Destiny type thing. You come off it, you're going back to the beginning of it. And yeah, they are tough. That needs some coordination. It needs some really good players. And they are, there's a lot of mechanics usually involved in those, whether it's carrying eggs and things whilst getting attacked. Like it's it reminded me very much of Destiny, just in a third person kind of samurai setting.
Pretty cool though, right? I mean, if you really enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima, and on the other hand, you played a lot of Destiny, it could be a match made in heaven in a lot of ways for people. Just depends if that's what you want or not. Was there any like voice chat, in-game voice chat, or anything that you got involved with, or is it?
There is like
leave me alone.
No, sometimes like for the raids and whatnot. Some like the second one in particular requires a bit more coordination. For example, like there's these platforms that. So basically, you imbue your weapon with a certain element, okay, and one person can only do one element, and each of the platforms are color coded to a specific element. So if I jump on it with green, for example, it's an orange one. It doesn't the platform doesn't appear, and you fall through. So you have to make sure that green goes first. Everyone jumps on. The next one's orange. The orange bloke goes. Green has to go last. So you have to kind of coordinate where to go.
Yeah, yeah.
And the kicker with that is once you've imbued all three of the elements, so the stones are done. I guess the answer, which platforms, which colours disappears. So you have to remember it. Obviously, you have someone who knows what they're doing, like a Sedai version. They'll know next one's orange, green.
Yeah.
So you get people like that barking out orders, but generally, there's a mic on the controller which I occasionally used if I had to respond, but. You can take it or leave it. Sometimes you get noisy people in, as you often do, but they can be muted quite easily.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like, is it like super serious? Is there like little kids that are on there that talk to their mum and like sitting there going, bloody hell, like what are we doing here?
It was quite civil. There was not a lot of the usual. Like, I remember in Grand Theft Auto, the amount of trash that you just get. People playing music, none of that whatsoever. So it was. If anything, people were mostly quiet. But if something was easy just to say it rather than use the ping system, or if someone was doing something wrong or needs to do something specific, people would just get on the mic and say, "Oh, can you do this?" etc.
Yeah. That's cool though. I mean, obviously it's got you probably assume there's a certain sort of player base on it, right? I mean, generally it's not going to be 8-year-old kids or anything like that. Like, there's going to be more mature.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right word is, but mature gamers or adults, if you like, that are there to. Everyone wants to complete the mission, right? It's like on the Destiny raids, like no one's there to troll other people because it's wasting your own time. Like you want to get through to the end of it, the sort of the path of least resistance, right?
Yeah. But you do go into the odd game though, and there's just an absolute bumbler in there, and they have to be left. Like that happens. Like you go in there and they'll just go down straight away. There's a bit of a habit of when people go down, they leave almost like they're embarrassed. And that's annoying because if you're partway through a story chapter, yes, you can get through it, but it's much harder without having just that person to aggro half of the enemies. Like this one guy on one of the, I think it's the final chapter on. I think it was on Gold of like the story missions. Like he got to the final bit, which is there's a lot of enemies there, and we got about halfway through it and he just left after he went down. I was left with like 30 people. And I was like, this won't end well. Now, I did manage to hold on and do it, but I was annoyed. I was fucking cursing his name. I was like, you dickhead. Because if you leave, you get nothing.
Yeah.
You don't get any rewards. So, if you might as well give it a good old try. And then if you die, you just get stuff for the chapters you've completed at least, but just leaving you get nothing. You leave with absolutely zero, so that's a waste. I
do enjoy your perspective on multiplayer games because it is this is just a common day-to-day occurrence to me in most multiplayer games. Like I'll sit there and I think, I'll go and play a couple of games of Rocket League. You'll concede one in a really unfortunate circumstance, and like you'll be 1-0 down with 30 seconds gone, and someone will vote to forfeit, and you go, well, what are we doing? And then they'll like message you saying toxic, like you're trash or something. And you go, literally nothing has happened here that I could be a portion to blame for. Like that is just online gaming. As you know, I don't need to tell you to suck eggs, but it is interesting. It doesn't seem to matter what version it what game you're playing, what type of game. There's the same sort of antics that go on. Yeah, and then like people will abandon games on Rocket League, leave you 1v2 or something, and you go, great, well this is going to end in defeat, and they get a 5-minute ban when you leave, so they get punished. You think, well, you might as well have played out the rest of this game because this game's 5 minutes. So you just got to sit there doing nothing for the next 5 minutes at the cost of leaving. And you just say you get no XP and no nothing. So it's just like, anyway, there you go. So what else you got? What you got for me?
Yeah, I mean, it's got, like I said, the gear scores there. It's called a Kai level, and that's all.
Did you find yourself pulled in by that? Because it's a bit like what we had in the Division, right? Where you got like a human overall score and stuff, and you kind of want to get through and get better gear and get caught in that loop, right?
It's a numbers game, isn't it? You want that on the road. You want the sort of the. There's none of that to worry about. Like, it's pretty.
I was so sad when they took it out on the road. The second one is.
Yeah, but it's more simple that it's just a number. And again, like it's like Destiny. Well, again, other games do this, but your drops are based on what your level is. So when you're getting to sort of the max or the soft cap, is what I guess what people might call it. You just put on the highest amount of gear. You don't worry about what's there. You can bring other stuff up to that level later on, you know, if it's good or you want it. And they've all got different perks and, 10% extra damage here. If you do this, you get a boost or whatever. There's all that stuff to dive into. I didn't really get involved with it. I was purely there from a numbers perspective just to get up to 105. Yeah. I think the raid unlocked at 100. And then when you get to 105... there are only specific. I think you only get one drop per match that's above 105.
Yeah,
so that was a bit hard. Unless you do something like the raid where you get several bits of gear and whatnot. So that's a bit harder to get from 105 to 110. And the recommended level, surprise,
that does annoy me, by the way, in these games, because literally that's purely to just stop you getting to the max as much as you get. It's purely just to elongate how many games you have to play, and that does aggravate me a little bit. Yeah,
they added like and I didn't get involved with this because it's higher, but there's like mastery challenges to get your gear up to 120. So they added that at some point, sort of post game in an update for people that had got to 110. So there's ways of people to forge or do what I don't know what exactly they have to do, but I think that's where those weekly nightmares come in. I think again you can only do those once per week to get the drop. As you can't just keep grinding it for an entire week. And it's got all that stuff. Daily challenges are lurking, as you'd expect, so you can re-roll one of them for free every day if it's shit and you don't like it. It can be assassinate 5 people or melee kill 20 people, whatever, and you get like a small reward. There's I guess resources that are in there that you spend on different things. I can't remember what they're called now, like honor, essence, and blessing. That's mainly to re-roll gear, reforge gear, etc. And as you go through your class, I guess you unlock new abilities that you can buy and add and customize your character further, or you can unlock a different class and bring them up to level. Looked like all gear was transferable between classes, so there was not much, if any, class specific gear, so you could get all your characters up to at least a gear score level quite quickly once you've unlocked them. But it was just, I was a bit surprised at how, from my perspective, how robust it was in terms of the offerings. It's very much the formula, isn't it? And I guess I was just surprised that it was even the formula, because I was expecting it just to be you do the missions and that's it. But no, it's got the whole roadmap for people to follow to upgrade all their shit and move up the ranks, and it's kind of all there. It's fully fleshed out.
This is what I was trying to. I mean, look, based on the fact that, let's be honest, most multiplayer modes. It's probably unfair to call it a mode, but we will call it a mode based on what it is. Are quite basic, right? There's some PvP elements. I was expecting it to be more of a PvE element of a multiplayer mode. But it sounds like it's got all the key elements of a good PvE game, right? It's everything. And the key thing that I was looking for in it was, where's the incentive to keep playing it, to keep going back to do that? And they've got the whole gear loop in there, which is, interesting. It does make you wonder whether there's the option for it to be a whole thing in of itself, really, as a fully priced release. I mean, I was just having a look at how much it is, and it's like $30 as a standalone. I assume it's probably 30 quid as well, UK pounds.
No, it was 16 quid, 15.99. 16 UK pounds.
I mean, I don't quite understand why you'd want to do this standalone. Like
no.
Like, why would I just go and pick this up? I mean, to be fair, you say that though, but if you said to me, I think you'd like this, do you want to come and play it with me?
Sure, yeah.
But I mean, for 16 quid, I would probably be inclined to go, I'll give it a go. So maybe that's the idea, is that it brings people in that otherwise maybe wouldn't have played and bought the full version. But yeah, it sounds really quite fleshed out. Is there any direct PvP in it? Like, could you... like a team deathmatch?
No,
style?
it's none of that. The closest is that rivals mode where you're indirectly racing against each other, against AI, and you can interfere slightly. But yeah, there's no. I guess that's where the game itself would require. They would need to somehow cater for a human combat, because it's very much one of those games where you're the most powerful, at least in the single player, you're the most powerful thing there. And you'll just counter and slaughter people. So I don't know how two highly skilled players going at it, how that would work. It hasn't really got the functionality for that. But yeah, there's no direct PvP.
The only reason I was thinking that is because obviously in the Destiny multiplayers, it's kind of like PvPvE elements.
Gambit mode, wasn't there?
Gambit, yeah. So that's PvPvE. And I was thinking that...
They had the actual team deathmatch, didn't they?
Yeah, so that's all there. I mean, that's a bit more obvious because it's a shooting game.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking, like, something like Gambit is kind of... feels like it's where it could kind of come into the Tsushima.
Well, yeah, I guess Rivals is their go at Gambit, because it is that... Yeah. Because I don't know, because I think in Gambit you could go on the other side, couldn't you? And if you got to the end, you could jump in. You can't do that here, but... everything up until that point is very similar in that you're both fighting against waves of enemies, and it's to do with your progress.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
It's just that you don't have that kind of that option to go over the other side yourself.
Did you play? You did play Gambit with us, didn't you? For a bit.
Yeah, one night we put it on and played it, and half enjoyed it, but it was because it weren't the most efficient way of leveling up. The Sedaves of society would poo-poo it quite quickly, because it's all about whatever they were called. All those big weapons.
It's good fun, Gambit, because it...
Well, it's not the name of the game, though, is it? If your score ain't going up by the absolute maximum amount, it ain't fun for some of these people. So you have to just do the same old dross. It's true.
It was the reason it was good, though, is because you didn't have to get involved with PvP if you didn't want to, like in Gambit, really. I mean, you could... Well, you could still get...
Couldn't someone come through your portal, though, and just absolutely decimate you?
But the point is, if you didn't want to go through... to take them on, you could just sort of... I mean, the amount of times I got fucking drilled by someone that had come through. But you could just generally sit in a zone just mopping up enemies. But yeah, in the most efficient way.
That's true. I mean, that's what it comes... And to be honest, I was doing that in this. I soon realised that doing the gold missions, the story missions, on gold, was the quickest way to get higher drops, to get to 105 as quick as possible, because doing the survival, the horde mode, that'll take about 40 minutes, whereas you could get through some of these gold missions in 10-12 minutes with someone who was good. So you notice as well when you matchmake that there was a certain like 3 or 4 missions that everyone was doing because it was time effective,
the most efficient way of doing business.
And survival's okay, but if you're in a bunch of randoms, it don't really matter what you're doing. I was like, I just want this. I want to have a go at this raid, is what I thought. So,
get me raiding.
That was the aim. Get all the content ticked off once, which used to drive Dave up the wall as well. You don't just tick off Destiny, but every time we finish a raid, I was like, right, that's it, done. See you next year.
Yeah, it was and always would be an ongoing kind of process.
Yeah.
Which is what made it good, and also what made it frustrating.
Yep.
In equal measure. I mean, Dave's issue with it in the end was there wasn't enough to do. So there you go. Right. Is there anything else you want to say about Ghost of Tsushima Legends? Is there anything that really got up your nose?
I mean, look, it's they
You don't know how to say it.
It's just enemy spam. Because it's online and because they cater for high ceiling of players, like sometimes you're like, what on earth? There's like 40 of these guys on top of me. Yeah. And there's fucking fire drops being dropped on your head. And sometimes you just think, Jesus Christ, leave me alone. But that's just the stress of any game in many cases, and particularly with online stuff. So it kind of, you can't get away from that. If you're going to do the hard content, you know, it's going to be fucking hard. And I was just fortunate that I just, the groups that I was in the first time got through it pretty quickly. And the second time, there was a guy in there who knew, I think he was like fucking glitching or skipping bits of it. I don't know what they were up to. But, and I was like, I'm going to go along for the ride for this. I'm actually interested to see how this works. Because he would like leave the lobby and come back. And then I left the lobby and came back. And it would, I think it was a time saver, but yeah. Like I was just a complete passenger, but this is interesting. I was like, I wanted to like read up afterwards about what this is. It's clearly obviously a known tactic. It
must stop the spawning of some enemies or do something like that, maybe. Or
but there's bits where there's even like little shortcuts where you got to hold this crystal and physically run it over to a certain thing and drop it in, but it's so slow you can't defend yourself, so you're kind of exposed. You need someone to defend you. The little hack they had was get it on the platform, let the platform drop you, and then in the game, if you don't let go of the crystal, will teleport you much closer to where you need to put it without you having to run that little bit. And I was like, that was quite clever. I was like, that's interesting that they've...
What do they call them? Because these are like speed running.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you can't really call them cheeses or anything like that, but they're just features, exploits. That's it.
Yeah,
they're exploits. Yeah.
And to be fair, this has been out a while, so you think most of the exploits would have been patched out that they could. So what's left now must be stuff they either can't be asked to do, or they're like, well, I can just have it.
I genuinely think like they see things and they, because I think some of the game devs have talked to this. They enjoy seeing how people sort of navigate their game. Yeah. And as long as it's obviously not an obvious cheating, they go, well, they sort of go, yeah, all right, we'll let that happen. You figured it out, sort of pat you on the back and let you have it sort of thing.
Yeah.
Unless it's like fundamentally breaking the game and making it beyond what it was ever meant to be. But as you say, talking about something like that orb, they're like, well, you've found a way to navigate it, so you can have that one. Yeah. Yeah, so your only criticism is just leave me alone.
Yeah, just sometimes it gets a bit fucking hectic, doesn't it? And because it's
a bit overwhelming, doesn't it? Yeah.
But in the main game, particularly that Iki Island, it started to do that. I was like, hang on a minute, why is there so many people here? Because it's obviously the game gets easier as you get more powered up, and their solution is 30 enemies then, not 20. And it's like, the worst offender was Shadow of War. That Shadow of Mordor. Yeah, those two, fuck me, they used to just that drive me up the wall.
Four orcs.
The 3 orcs that are fucking governors or captains at once. No.
Yeah, Division was quite bad for that as well in the later games. It just chucked more, and that is just the formula, isn't it? It's like we've got better gear, some more turt, and you go, well, maybe more inventive about this. Like there's got to be a bit of a tactic to it or something. No, more turt, just more pure numbers.
Trash that. Isn't really that reasonable, but you'll get through it probably.
Just fucking eating bullets. Destiny did it. Like none of them are immune from it. It's just fucking. You just sit there, just holding the fire button. Yeah. Just going like minering down, and just You go, what are we doing here? Anyway. Okay. Are you happy to move towards the gallery then?
Yep.
Okay. Right. Here we are. We'll pull up outside the gallery as we've discussed before. Big old building in New York City style. Big old key. One of those big old fashioned keys we've got.
Yeah. None of this key card nonsense.
No, this key card. It makes a good big clunk as you turned it. So, as we discussed, we walk in. You can either go through the gallery, walk through all the different things, or we can go outside, fucking whop it in the bin. Doesn't go in the bin because we played all of it, I assume. Mm-hmm. Or you can put it in self-storage. So, and I assume actually, one of the things I was going to say, the only reason we're here actually speaking about it separately is because you're able to buy it as a standalone game.
Well, that was kind of my logic for it.
Because obviously we've already done Ghost of Tsushima as a game. times.
I remember I said I haven't touched the Legends mode, and I won't. Obviously, things change. But yeah, that was my kind of thinking of it, that it can be purchased separately, standalone, therefore can be galleried or non-galleried.
I agree. Yeah.
But maybe there's a way of, maybe there should be more fluidity in what we can and can't do. But we don't tend to get too many games that have multiple really different modes. Feels like we've gotten away from that.
No, I mean, the only thing that I can really think of that might be kind of similar would be something like Call of Duty, because that's split out.
GTA.
And arguably GTA, Fortnite has now basically completely separated its modes out. Do what you like, jobby. Yeah. But they are few and far between, especially where they make them purchasable as separate entities. That is rare. So I think it's right to look at them kind of separately in this regard. Yes. So Logan's prediction, I would say, because you're not a natural lover of multiplayer, I don't think we're going to get to the higher echelons. But I do think you would have enjoyed your time doing it. So I'm going to say, I think it could get silver. But I'll be interested to see where you're going to go with it.
Yeah. As I was speaking through, that's where I was thinking. My gut reaction is bronze.
Yeah.
That's where it was penciled in. Yeah, we'll let it off the hook. We'll put it in the silver.
I mean, don't let me.
No, it wasn't. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I was like, it's good. Like, for what it's better than it should be in many ways. Yeah. Like, it shouldn't be.
I mean, it should still be judged, right? I think this is what I would say. Like, there is a level here that it should be judged against. But I actually think it does get extra points for being better than it. I mean, when you look at it this way, right, Call of Duty campaigns, right, that's flipped, okay? Yeah. So their priority is really the multiplayer nowadays.
Yeah.
And then they do this sort of token, if you like, campaign, which I would say for a long time, it depends on the developers. At no point have I gone, that's better than it's got any right to be, right? And I think, especially with like a multiplayer that's coming out of a single player game that's reviewed as well critically as Ghost of Tsushima, you know, I think they would be all within their rights to do basically nothing really, let alone do this whole other ecosystem that's existing in the multiplayer world as a separate game for a reasonable amount of money. Like, all these things combined, feel to me like it you know, a pretty good value proposition ultimately, and especially if you've still got people playing it. To this day, I think in some elements this is out of their control. Because if the community was fucking shit, that would have absolutely dumped the experience. But for the most part, it was obviously, it's a funny time to be playing it, but for the most part, everyone was good as gold, so that helps. I was just intrigued more than anything. I think obviously I'm not the target audience for this necessarily, because I'm not going to go back to it and grind to get top level, but I'm probably an easier audience member to, you know, a hardened multiplayer player might come to this and say, yeah, it's okay, but it's flawed in this way, you know, balancing or draw. It's something that's I'm just never going to be able to notice, let alone articulate. So it's probably on the easier side of the audience to impress, but I still think it does a pretty good job. But then from the other perspective, it's got that. The trouble it's got is trying to get me engaged at all, because I don't really go for multiplayer stuff. So it's managed. This is what's interesting, because most of the people that I think would play this sort of game would be people like you. I mean, that's probably. I'll tell you what I'm a bit
annoyed about is that I wrote it off when it first came out and didn't even give it a chance, and didn't just start playing it. Because actually, I think playing it with like Adkins or whoever would actually be really good to play as an actual group. And I was like, this would be decent, but it weren't given the time of the day. So maybe when Yōtei Legends comes out, I'll probably will dive into it at the very minimum. I'll just go into it and not be so snobbish. Because what I found was also, it's like, I've got fucking 40 minutes. I could do a story chapter or two. Like I forget that multiplayer depending on the game and the mode, can fit into just sort of a bite-sized, like, got half an hour here. Whereas a lot of the other games I play, it's like, obviously, right, sit down, fucking headset on, headphones on, we're going to be here a couple of hours. Whereas this allowed me with just like, if I'm on a loose end or one evening, I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll go on for an hour and come off it. It's
I think it's
mindless toot, but it is to me. But it's nice to have that option. So having a game that's connected to a single player game that I'll probably enjoy just gives it a little extra bit of spice on top.
Although there is then that double-edged sword of if you're playing the single player version and the multiplayer version, it takes up a bigger overall portion of the.
I think that's why it was good that I had that gap. And also, when Yōtei comes out, it's going to be a few months afterwards that the multiplayer is going to come.
Okay.
So I would have hopefully worked through it before then. In fact, even as this drops, I probably have worked through it, and maybe that's part of the segment. This pod shouldn't have said that because now I've committed to it. In my head, these were going to go together on the same episode, so maybe
that makes sense.
By hook or by crook, I'll hold it. This is where we find out that Yōtei is so bad I had to botchling it, and it was just an absolute disaster. But yeah, so there's going to be a gap, I guess, between I should be done with the single player stuff by the time Legends rolls around. So it might be like, okay,
at least they're doing that and not just chucking it all out as a day one then.
Yeah, I don't like that. I understand why they do it, but it used to annoy me when they do that. I think GTA, whilst it wasn't done on purpose, they had a big delay for GTA Online because they couldn't get the heists to work. But just having that space to just do the main stuff and then it's like, okay, I'm ready for some more now, something a bit different.
Yeah. I quite like there being a gap like that.
Yeah.
So otherwise I feel like I want to get involved in the online stuff.
Yeah, you get distracted.
I get distracted, whereas I'd really like to just sort of not have that pressure.
Yeah.
If it's not there, I can't be touching it. So, I like to leave it. But overall, then a silver, which I think is probably, by the sounds of it, on balance, a good result.
Yeah, it surprised me. I had heard it was good, but what does that mean? Doesn't mean.
I assumed you could. It makes sense. I understand why you wrote that off because to be honest with you, when you sent it over to me, I kind of wrote it off in my head. I went, "What are we doing here then?" I was like, and I can't remember what I texted you back when you said you got these. I was like, "Oh."
Have we done that?
When I saw it, I was like, I thought, I wonder if this is like I don't know. It's when you get sort of like 2D or like top-down versions of some games. It's like, is it like a little spin-off thingy style mode or something? I was like, I don't know what this is. But when I looked at it, I was like, this looks interesting. I wonder what this is all about. But yeah, when I looked into it a bit more, I was like, cool. Four-player co-op PvE, I suspect. Interesting.
Yeah. Just see if there is microtransactions. But
question himself. I mean, it just I don't know. It's one of those things where it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity for them.
Yeah, no, there's no microtransactions. The only reason I questioned it is because I was on the store page and it says in-game purchases.
Yeah,
but maybe they never committed to it because I certainly didn't see it. I had a good scroll around, but anyway, yeah, it's. I'll have a little look at Legends Yōtei when that drops, so be back in the near future.
Never write anything off in this life, they say.
I try not to, but
yeah, I know what you mean. It is easy to go, I won't be interested in that. But
yeah. But yeah,
the trouble is, there's so much stuff going on all the time that trying to keep track of everything and play everything when it's relevant and whatnot. There's stuff that comes on and off the menu, right? And it's the way it goes.
Bollock droppers. Right. Ghost of Tsushima Legends earns itself a silver in the Dimp Digital Gaming Gallery. As always, I'll bid the audience adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Biff, Ghost of Yōtei. Follow up to Ghost of Tsushima. We've both played it. Not often we actually have both played the same game and finished it in a reasonable period that we can both chat about it. So this is like a treat for everyone. Maybe a treat for you, maybe not. Guess we'll see. So this is the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima 2020 that came out. And it's Sucker Punch who developed it. They did, back in the day, they did Sly Cooper. I don't know if you ever played that.
No, I never played that.
I didn't either. Not really my thing. And on PS3, which... did you have a PS3? Or did you get one at the very end?
I got one just specifically to play Last of Us on it. Yeah.
It's an expensive game, but it's worth it in the end. Did you ever play anything else on it? Or was it just... That's the only game you pretty much played?
No, I did. I did play a few games on it.
Uncharted.
Done Uncharted, Killzone. That was pretty poor.
Was it Infamous on your list?
Infamous was on my list, yeah, because that was done by Sucker Punch.
That's it. So I was trying to establish was a history of your how much of their games you've played, because I didn't play Infamous until Second Son, which came on the PS4. So that was the first one I played. Then I played Tsushima. So you've played Infamous, maybe Infamous 2, or just the first one?
No, I played Second Son. Yeah, I played the second one.
Lovely. Oh, that's the third one.
Was it?
There's a separate numbered one called Infamous 2 on PS3.
Oh, okay.
But still more than me. And you played Ghost of Tsushima. And I thought you finished this, but I went through the archives, and it weren't. And that time you'd binned it. So I don't know if you ever went back and finished Tsushima, or if you did get halfway through it and thought this is too much chasing the foxes and walked away from it. Do you remember what the status was of Tsushima?
Yeah, so I think I binned it, and then when I bought a PS5, I think I went back to it and played it because they released a
director's cut.
Yeah, but they done a DLC for it as well, a separate island, didn't they? Yeah. That's it. I've done that as well, so I've done it in one swoop. So I have done Ghost of Tsushima. My memory's a little hazy of it, but yeah, I did do it, and I've done the sort of the separate island one. What was it called?
Iki Island, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I played through it not long ago on that same thing, a PS5 version. I'd finished it on PS4, but I had skipped loads of content. I just mainlined it. I remember playing it pissed one night up until about 3 o'clock, and I just absolutely hammered the main quest. And I woke up and I was like, I'm on a bit of the island I don't remember being on, so I kind of lost track.
Fuck did I get here?
Yeah, I was struggling. And then I went back on PS5 and played for it, and then played for the DLC, which was included into it. Got the platinum. So we're both well versed, I guess, in Sucker Punch. You a little bit more so, but also on the Tsushima side. You play this on PS5. Do you remember if you changed any of the graphics options? Because sometimes I tell you to go into these games and put them on performance mode rather than the quality mode, so it's not so slow. I can't remember what game I told you to do that on, and you couldn't believe the difference of the blazing fast 60 FPS.
Yeah.
But do you remember what you played this one on, of Yōtei?
I just left it as was, I think. I don't think I changed anything of it. I know now that when I do games that did I actually? Did I change it? I can't remember off the top of my head. But I do remember now that I change it so that the combat
is faster.
It's smoother.
Smoother, yeah.
Yeah, because it does make a big difference. So would I have to actually go into the menu to do it, or would it have been like as the game loaded up when you're starting it up?
I feel like at the beginning of the game, it will give you the options there.
Yeah, so I think I did it then. If I have to go into the game, I just don't bother. But if it's there at the beginning, when I'm starting the game up for the first time, I normally change it.
There's still a good portion of games that just boot it into like the quality mode, which is the slower mode. Just it looks a bit crisper, but some do put the option. I think this did because I had it on PS5 Pro, and there was a third option. There's like a Pro specific option, which was basically the performance mode, but with some ray trace lighting in it. Anyway, it looked good from that perspective. I wanted to check what you'd played it on, because you played it on base PS5. 47 hours clocked for you, and then 59 hours clocked for me, but a platinum trophy. Oh. No fast travelling either until after I'd finished the campaign. I was just clearing up trophies. So that whole arc...
You didn't do any fast travelling at all?
Nope.
Fucking hell.
Now, what annoyed me is the game, this is one of the criticisms I've got, the game's actually forced you to fast travel sometimes between zones. So that annoyed me. You can't just freely roam to each of the different areas. There's like a loading screen between them, and it just sort of skips you there. And I was like, I'm putting all this groundwork here, running around putting the effort in, and they're just fucking whizzing me to the next zone because they couldn't be asked to link it up. So that was a bit of a blower. Yōtei. It's set, I think, 200 years after Tsushima, so it's not really even a sequel at all. There's Jin's dead, long gone. Like, unless he's fucking immortal, he's learnt that skill from the ghost, but he's long gone. You take control of Atsu, who is simply, her family's been slaughtered, and that's the way it is when she was younger, and she's sort of grown up as a rogue and set out on a course to avenge her family, because the Yōtei 6, these cretins, basically came to her house and butchered her family, mum, dad, brother, and left her for dead. She survives, and this picks up Atsu as she's as an adult. It gets straight into it, the story. There are twists and turns as you expect in any narrative, but from a whole perspective, maybe trying to remember much back of Jin's story. I've got quite a clear memory of it because it wasn't that long ago. But how did you find this? Because it is an out-and-out sort of vengeance tale at the end of the day. And the setup just is a bit more cleaner than Jin struggling with his uncle, or samurai honor. We shouldn't be stabbing people in the... I don't know if you remember all that, but you shouldn't be stabbing people in the back from the shadows. And you were sort of, as Jin, your uncle was getting annoyed because you were dishonouring the clan because they fight with honour and only fight with the swords, whereas Atsu's a spiteful little bitch from the outget. She don't care. She'll cut throats and go in from the shadows. But what did you make of the story of this overall? And don't give away the ending like you have done before with many games.
Yeah, it started off good. I did quite like the sort of the concept of it, because most people that are going to play this would have played Ghosts of Tsushima anyway. I have a feeling anyway. So you're going to know what it's about, and it sort of throws you in. So you're already sort of this like shinobi, samurai sort of, but bit darker, a bit more vengeance, bit more at any cost we will win. Whereas with Jin, like you say, it was his journey to become a ghost, and become that bit of a cretin. But she's already started it, so it's. I know it's not a direct sequel. It does feel like you're picking up his character, 200 years on, which I did think was quite good, because you're not going back to the basics of like...
You haven't got to remember like fucking characters or details from 5 years ago, potentially. I do... And also, Jin's story, it was done. He fought off the Mongols. So it was like, what is there left to do, really, in that arc, unless you send him off to do a rehash of that. But, yeah, I agree. I quite like that it was set quite a way after, that he didn't really have to remember or recall anything to understand it. It kind of told you as you went along. Yeah, I thought it was done better in that sense, because you don't. A lot of these games have this where you have the second game and you have to go back to the very beginning and you lose everything you started with in the last one, if that sort of makes sense. But with this, you didn't, because it sort of just goes, you know what, she's a samurai, don't worry about it. We haven't got to teach you how to block and parry. Like, it gives you a couple of hints, but a lot of the gear that he unlocks, you've already got it, like the grappling hook and bits like that. It's already there. So I did quite like that sort of system. And I thought the story, started off, like I say, quite well. And I did sort of like the concept of it, about just the vengeance and these 6 people, the Yōtei 6, who have sort of fucked her life. She holds them to blame, and it's her story of vengeance against them at any cost, sort of thing. So I did quite like that. Yeah, no, I think it's a good setup anyway. And I tend to agree with you that it starts off stronger than it ends, potentially. Well, I thought it was okay, but there's certain pacing issues that I think become evident throughout the game as well. And one of the big things they made about Yōtei, this is more of a gameplay thing, but it is directly related to the narrative and the story, is that up until a point, at least, you can tackle the main missions in kind of any order. So, if you're hunting down the Yōtei 6, so some of those will be targets in those main missions, and they have their own sort of story arc, or maybe a single mission, depending on what it is. But you can, when you arrive, you've kind of got 3 leads that you go and investigate and talk to people, and it kind of fills out. But you up until a point, you can kind of go in any order, essentially, so you can just let the wind take you wherever you want to go. I think that was a bit overblown, like as a concept. It didn't really, I don't know if it didn't make it worse, but it didn't like make this like, oh, that's unbelievable that they've done that. They've given you the choice of to do a few main missions. Did you even notice that there was that kind of element there in that kind of first and second phase of the game?
Yeah, I did, because obviously when you go on the map, it gives you the missions, and the gold ones are sort of the main story ones. And I did notice that there was sort of 2 or 3 at one time, and they all sort of span their own. So because you're hunting the Yōtei 6, it might be like the spider and the dragon or whatever it is. I can't even remember what they're called now. But so you could go and do one and then come back and do half of the other. Yeah. But to me, again, it didn't really add a lot to the game. It didn't blow me away. And a lot of the time I was just quite happy bumbling around. I wasn't sort of, I don't know, like the story didn't make me want to carry on, because it just felt a bit slow in places, and that you'd think, oh, I'm going to go and hunt this guy. And then it ended up just being a fucking mission. Pull, and it's like, it's not. You're not actually doing that. You're actually going all the way around the fucking houses to get to him. And I was like, oh, do you know what? I'd just rather go and do a bounty, or something a little bit more easy where it's just shut and cut. But yeah, I did notice it. But like I say, it didn't add any difference to the game to me. I didn't sort of think it added anything.
No, I just geographically went for everything pretty much because I wasn't fast traveling. I was like, right, I'm going to go this way, I may as well clear up. So I kind of went, what would it have been? West, and then worked my way around like clockwise basically. And then there was like one of the Yōtei 6 that opened up a new zone to go to. So I went to that zone, did everything I could do there, came back out and just did it that way. There was no, I've just found out something about the dragon or whatever, I want to go and get him now. It was just like, geographically, it just made more sense for me to kind of go ahead and do that. Combat's one of the main things of the game. It's an open world, traditional open world game, lots of side content and bits which we'll get into anyway, but you'll spend a lot of your time in combat. You may decide to take up some stealth options, I don't know. And whilst I don't think this is the deepest combat system out there, I still think it's very satisfying to play and to master. And there actually are some tough bosses out there that we both encountered that make you kind of stand up and take notice rather than just slaughtering and going through them. I really liked being able to pick up a weapon and launching it at an enemy. So you pick up with R2 and then it will highlight an enemy, and if you hit square, it will just fucking devastate them. The first thing I upgraded was that, like kill everyone with one shot of doing that. But they changed the combat system as well to add weapons, which basically replaced the stance system. I don't know if you remember that, but it would make out that a certain moon stance was effective against brutes. So rather than doing that, they've added weapons, which do have their own combos and move sets, but you're very much going to be bashing square, hitting triangle when you've got a bit more of a gap for a stronger option, and then holding L1 or parrying with L1 like as a block or a parry mechanic. But what did you make of the combat overall? Because there's still not a lot out there where you can just slice someone's arm off and it feels so good and so easy. Even it feels like you're playing for a film almost in those elements.
Yeah, the combat is good. I didn't really use that many of the weapons. Like I quite like the double swords and the single samurai, but I didn't really use the spike or the sort of spear that much. And I didn't use the big sword, the fucking great big katana thing. I used the I don't know what it's called, the sickle thing. It's like a sickle and a chain.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It is really good, but I don't know why, if you're going to play like a samurai game, you'd want to have a spear. Just to me, when I held it, I was like, I don't really like this. It looks crap. It's not my sort of thing.
It's a ghost game. They're not samurais.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, but I didn't really like it that much. And I often wouldn't swap. I'd just be like, fuck it. Because you can kill any enemy with any weapon. It makes it easier if you use the right weapon. But I sort of thought, well, no, I'll just you come to me and I'll cut you in half. So, but it is quite satisfying. It is good. I don't think enough has changed since the last game. The only thing I could really think of was the throwing of the weapons, which again I did enjoy as well, because just if there's a group of them, it sort of just makes it a bit easier. If one of them drops one, you think, well, I'm going to take someone out immediately now because you've dropped a weapon, But I don't think enough had changed. And when you say like, oh, they had the stances, like you say, this has just replaced the stances. It's not like a total rehash. It's fairly similar to me, but. Yeah, it was good, and I did enjoy it. But like I say, I don't think enough had changed since the last game, if I'm honest. Like, still parrying, still the red thing means it was unblockable.
Yeah.
There was a gold one. I don't remember that being in Ghosts of Tsushima.
Oh, yeah, so they can disarm you, can't they?
Yeah. I don't remember that, so...
You have to, like, counter by holding triangle and then... If you time it right, you can release it and disarm them. But as a defense mechanism, if you don't at least hold triangle and release it, they'll knock a weapon out of your arm, and then you have to go scrabbling around to pick that up.
Yeah.
That was interesting. It's annoying actually when they'll do it at the end of a combo, and you're like, "There's no way I could have even." I couldn't have done that, which did annoy me a few times. I do like they just allow you to cut arms off from the get-go. I remember in Ghost of Tsushima that was locked pretty much behind the like the ghost, where you hit L3 and R3 in. That's the only time you'd have arms popping off, whereas immediately in this one you were slicing arms off and you could slaughter the
that was quite. I did enjoy that. You take the head off and that.
That was all good. And they've got all like the quick fire weapons and ranged weapons as well for you to go with, but I didn't really use the quick fire weapons a few times. I'd spam those just to get rid of some turt, and because you get them refilled pretty quickly, but I didn't use many of the ranged bits. Did you partake in much stealth? The game doesn't really force you to do it, as far as I remember. There's no like forced stealth sections, maybe one or two, but there's quite a few of those in Tsushima where it'd fail the mission if you got seen before you did something, but I felt like they reduced that if it was there at all.
Yeah, I did do it a little bit, mainly in the camps when there was quite a lot of them. I would start and maybe do a little bit of the archery and jump in a few bushes. And once you get that sickle, you can sort of stealth someone but drag them to you. So throw that sort of thing at them.
You can assassinate them from range. That's really useful.
So that was quite good. But it was sort of depending on what the mood I was in. If I hadn't done combat for a little bit, I'd just go, I'm just going to walk for the front gate and cut everyone down.
Yeah.
But
did you use the challenge thing where like you stand off of them? Did you use that? I mean, it slows things down, but you can kill like 3 people quite easily.
Yeah. Again, from the last game as well, isn't it? So that standoff thing. But I did use that, and I didn't do that much stealth, but it's sort of quite good. But it's not like, because you say it's not forced. It's sort of your own choice. You can do it, but if you fail it, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It sort of reminds me of like a little bit like Creed, like Assassin's Creed sort of vibe about it, where you can sort of do a little bit but don't have to. Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, I just used it, like you said, to fill out the numbers, and if it went wrong, it went wrong. Sometimes it didn't. I'd be able to kill everyone, but often I'll trip over my bollocks. Also, she hasn't got any bollocks, has she? Don't think. And you'd end up being in a massive fight, which is fine. And the other, combat related thing is you've got this little wolf companion that sometimes turns up. They has their own side activities where you go to these wolf dens. There's always a dead body there. For some reason, you have to inspect it before the wolf comes out. Always growls at you, even when you've built like a pretty good bond. It's like a very unkind wolf, and then the wolf will lead you to a site where there's like trappers that have got wolves chained up or in cages, and you kill them, you release the wolf, then you get a little point. There's a little wolf skill tree which increases how you can summon the wolf and when it appears and its effectiveness. I quite like having the wolf along. I like having an animal companion, but it's not like a must do side quest or side activity. But one time I was put down and dead. Like, I ran out of spirit. You can like revive yourself if you've got 2 spirit whatever they're called, circles left, and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. And the wolf come along and saved me. It's like a little must have been one of the abilities I unlocked, that there's a random chance that rather than putting a sword in your back, the wolf will come along, and it refilled my spirit, and I survived and got through the battle. So that's what the wolf can do. But I suppose you're not a big fan of the wolf because it made you do stuff you didn't want to do, chasing it around the map. To
be fair, it did get me out of trouble a few times, like with that scenario you said, because it did. Obviously, because I'd done it at the hard level, not the normal level.
Yeah.
So you have to use 3 of those little circles to revive yourself instead of 2. So I run out of circles a lot quicker. Yeah. So the wolf did save me quite a few times. But again, I don't know if we're going to come onto the side missions, but they're just a bit samey. Like you said, you've just literally, the wolf missions that's all of them. I don't know how many there is. It's probably 10 or 8 or something like that. But every single... It's 10, yeah. So every single scenario is the same one. And sort of, it's weird how you have to sit there and watch the wolf, and in every single one you get a little bit friendlier with it, but not that much friendlier.
It doesn't act friendly.
It takes fish out your hand at one point, so...
Watch me fingers, that little spiteful bugger. Yeah, it's not you can then summon the wolf as well. You've got a guitar in this, which now every Sony game has some sort of musical instrument that you play. Actually, Kratos didn't have that. I'll take that back, but obviously Ellie had a guitar, didn't she, in The Last of Us?
Yeah.
That you could play. This is a similar thing, but you can use that for to find collectibles as well and do other bits and pieces it'll show you, but you can summon the wolf and bring it along, and it was helpful to have even if you're going to stealth an area, because it'd also sometimes stealth and kill a enemy alongside, so you can do two at once. Let's get on to the side stuff, because there's a load of main quests and bits and pieces, but there's a lot. It's an open world game, so there's always going to be side activities, side missions, bits and pieces like that. There's less of them, I think, on balance, than what Tsushima had. And there's some tweaks they've made, but ultimately you will still find there's fox dens to be had, there's bamboo to be cut down, and there's baths to be sat in. And when I say they tweaked them, there's one instance of a fox den, for example, rather than just running and getting the charm. And just to pause, the charms, you get about 600 of them. I was like, how are you supposed to manage this? There's millions of these charms doing 2% buff on. I'm like, I haven't got time for this. You make 12 really good ones that you want all 12, not 600 where half of them are useless. Anyway, I went, rather than going and just collecting the charm or doing the little clap thing that you do, I had to rescue the little fox. It was trapped. It was in a bit of peril. I rescued it, and then it took me to the to the shrine to do the what's name. But I know this is a pet peeve of yours, is bloated and samey side content. Did Yōtei make enough tweaks for you for it to be? No.
Yeah, the bamboo ones, I don't mind doing them. I don't know why I let that pass, but a hot spring, you get into a hot spring and then it's like...
You're in photo mode taking pictures of her arse. Whilst we're there, I was surprised that they showed Atsu's arse, because I was like, female, they're not going to do that. Because Jin, he had his arse out as well. I was like, I bet they're sexist, they're happy to show that. But no, to be fair to them, Atsu's arse is out here. The real question, by the sword. Who has the better arse, Atsu or Jin? Because Jin's got buns of steel, to be fair.
It's probably used the same bloody model. It's just not changed it at all. Yeah, so the hot spring is just so boring. You get in it and then it's like, what do you want to reflect on? Makes fuck all difference. Literally no difference at all.
Just I had to pull weeds up at one of them before I could get in and get the
help. I had to do that as well. Yeah,
light some torches. A little bit.
It's just, I don't know. And then following the fox, you're just running around following a fox, just so mind numbing. And once you've done it once, bearing in mind you've already done it in Ghost of Tsushima, you're now doing it again 200 years later. Same with the bamboo, same with the hot springs, same with the charms. We have to go all the way up the mountains and
shrines,
then the shrines. Yeah. And I don't know who's keeping the fucking staircases, but they just crumble away.
Tax. That's what
I know. Everyone's crumbled away, but there's always just the place to hook onto just where you need to, which is bloody lucky. But yeah, it's just a bit samey. Again, it's just doing stuff, but you're not enjoying it. It's not bringing anything to the game. There's no sort of... The bounties were better. I did enjoy the bounties.
Yeah.
Because it reminded me not to even fucking compare it to The Witcher, but it's that sort of vibe where with The Witcher, the side missions would be, there's a monster, this has happened, and there's a slight story to it. And it was sort of the same with that, even though it's like not even in the same ballpark. But at least you thought, this person is, I don't know, like this. There was one woman that was poisoning people who was a traveller. So at least there's a little bit of a backstory to it. And when you're doing it and then it unfolds, and sometimes you might think, they're actually a good person. They're not actually a bad person. So it's got a little bit of something to it, a little bit of substance, which is good. And I enjoyed that. But the rest of it, it was just like, fucking hell, this is bringing nothing to the game. It's just literally extending the hours. So they can go, it's a 60-hour plus game. You think, well, it's not. It's just... Well,
57,
Well, 57.
That's the platinum.
But do you know what I mean? Like they're just adding hours for the sake of hours. Like, you could reduce the main mission by 10 hours and then just add another 10 Fox dens. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not adding anything to the game. So I don't know what you felt about it, but I didn't, I thought, like I say, I don't think they've changed enough as a whole on the game. It feels just like a DLC. They could have just...
It's Iki Island 2.0.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I agree. The bounties are probably the best of the side content. They removed, seemingly, all of like the character side stories. There were like 5 people that you'd meet in Tsushima that had like side stories that took place during the main mission and unlocked as you progressed it. And they had their own arcs and whatnot. The closest thing you get to this is like the senseis that you go and meet, who have a little bit of a story, and usually it's an exchange to teach you how to use one of the new weapons. But they were a bit flat. So the bounties I enjoyed the most, like you said, you get a little description of what they've done. I really liked actually that because you're becoming quite renowned in the world of Yōtei Etsu, that there's a bounty post review up that increases with price as you start wiping out the Yōtei 6, because Lord Sato, who runs the Yōtei 6, wants you killed and put down. I quite like that little bit of progression. But yeah, the bounties were good because you read them, it'd be like, there's someone poisoning travellers and whatnot. And it'd be like, right, go here. You might investigate, find, whatever. And then it wouldn't always play out at the same time. And then some of them were in camps that you didn't have to confront them. You could just assassinate them. And there's a few that you could just do that. So you didn't have to do this whole duel thing. You could just, if you got close enough, you could just cut their head off and take the bounty that way. The other stuff, the Fox dens and the other bits piece, I like that there's some sort of... The charms don't like at all, so forget about those. But at least the hot springs and the bamboo sticks, like the hot spring gives you a bit of health. The bamboo gives you the spirit meat. There's some sort of mechanical gameplay reason to do it rather than just getting XP or like your level going up. I like the way the game's structured around gear and your abilities. It's not like a level gated game where in most games you get, there's 500 XP for that, and it's like, what's that mean? I like the structure of that. But having said that, I agree that you could have done something different. Did the Fox then always have to lead you to a charm? Could it have led you to something else? To even that, so the reward's slightly different. As long as it's not those fucking weapon arts, they're useless. I had one that had all... That's basically to change the look of your sword when it's in its case. I had one that had like all water and cockles all stuck over it. I was like, who wants that? Who the fuck wants that? Seriously, hanging out their waist.
The only side which I did like was the sort of the legendary story ones as well. That was another one where you could unlock like a really cool armor or a really
I like
good
getting
armor.
the arms. It reminded me of the armors in The Witcher 3.
The Witcher,
those.
I did like that. Or you'd unlock because one of them was Jin, but you unlocked a certain sword stance.
Oh, like weapon art. Yeah, there's a nod to Jin in there. Yeah, for people that are fans of it.
Yeah, so there's a few little bits. Some that they had made some of the side missions better, but they'd left the crap ones still in there, and they hadn't changed them enough to sort of warrant it. So, it sort of hit and miss with that a little bit. But
I did like the custom, like just the visual customization that you like, all the hats and masks and change your outfits, dyes. I was really fucking about with that. Like, I really enjoyed finding like a wicked mask or like a little bandit's fucking neck sheath and a good hat. Like,
I like that as well.
And he said like, unlocking the armor sets was quite interesting. There's usually quite a bit of story in the back of those, and you'll be doing something quite different in each one of those. Well, maybe...
What annoyed me was the sword ones, though, because they would clash with my armour. I'm like, I've got to find a sword now that fits the armour. That was my little problem with it, though.
I think in the end I just gave up and just stuck with one. I was like, it's going to be just what it is. It might have been my
cockles or nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't stop me going and find them all. They did it, so that's that. One of my main but I think this might be unfair, but I thought about this in the first game, is that they put you in these scenarios during the main quest and in the side content, and particularly here with the bounties, where having some level of choice and consequence, and I think even ties to the main narrative and how you could develop Atsu as the game goes on. Like, it is very Witcher, and it's very, that's top of the tree, but Infamous had choice and consequence. Like, you could choose to be good or bad. And then for both Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yōtei, you're put in these scenarios consistently where you're like, I don't know if I should really kill this person, this bounty or whatever. And you're just forced to, because that's the way the story's written. It's always going to end that way. Or there's other times where you'd be like interrogating someone and she puts a sword up and she always lets them go. I'm like, no, take that little rat's head off. I'm not having that. Like, for a sequel, I was really hoping they would, because I think it's actually got the backstory there, and it's told in such a way that it'd actually be interesting to make a choice, but have some choice and consequence. That all you get to choose on this is like what you say to people, and that doesn't change a great deal other than their response. Like, can you imagine if you could like interact with the bounties, maybe let a few live off your own back, and then later on as a payout, like there's all these dynamics that they could have gone for and done. And that's the main blower for me, is them choosing not to do that, because I really do think they've got the decent enough writing chops to have like grey areas in the story where it makes you think, oh, I actually don't know what I'm going to do here. But no, it is going to be just a roller coaster story that they've decided to write for you. Would you have appreciated some level of choice and consequence?
See, I did think that as well, because I agree. I think that it was a bit too, you're following their story.
Linear story at the end of the day.
Yeah. And I wasn't
linear, other than the few verbal bits, but they not worth for shit.
No. And I wasn't sort of happy with the way it ended, because it wasn't how I wanted it to play out. Yeah, but exactly. I thought as well that, like, by having some sort of consequence system, even if it wasn't affecting the story, but affected how you played the game. So if you were a bit of a prick and you did kill everyone, you could sort of move towards the shinobi side, and then you would unlock weapons that would reflect that. And then if you stuck towards the good side, you would be more of a samurai, more honor. And I thought that would be pretty basic. That, like, that doesn't seem like that hard to set up. But
because Infamous used to have that. You'd unlock different powers based on your choices, and you'd have different outcomes in the story as well. So they've done this before. This is what I don't understand. And in Tsushima, I was like, it would have been interesting to have. There's a friction between Samurai and Jin and his ghost techniques. It'd have been interesting as a player to be able to lean one side or the other. And in this one, there was so many opportunities with how things play out that you could have really had a go at that and had some different consequences for players to deal with, but we didn't get it.
No,
so not good enough. A lot of people make out one of the big positives of Ghost of Tsushima is the exploration, how you find things naturally and or seemingly organically and naturally. I do agree with that, because there was plenty of times when I'd stumble across like a side quest randomly that I hadn't found on the map, or even just, and this is actually telling me where to go, but it feels natural. Like when you talk to someone randomly, sometimes they'll mark something on your map to go and see. They'll be like, oh, there's so-and-so up in the woods that's doing this, and it'll put the marker there. So at least you're finding it, rather than, I don't know, going to a board and it telling you where everything is. You feel like you're actually discovering things. The thing that really annoyed me in this one is that you can buy like travelers maps pieces, and it doesn't tell you where the item is, like where the hot spring is or whatever, but it will give you a tiny square snippet of the map, and you basically have to place it where it is. It won't let you not, place it in the wrong place. And actually, if you take too long, it will show you exactly where to place it. But by doing that, what I ended up doing is I'd go to the Traveller, buy all the maps that are available, and then I would literally have an Assassin's Creed checklist of like, oh, I'm going to go here, 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 here. And I wasn't discovering anything because I just bought the fucking map. I would have preferred if that map system was gone and only available after you finish the main story. So if you wanted to mop up, it made things easier. But I didn't have that problem in Tsushima because it wasn't there. So I felt like everything I found was, even if it's just following the bird, which I quite like, that's quite a subtle, you can ignore the fucker as well. You haven't got to go and do it, but you might find something off the end of it. But you were probably fast travelling around as well, so probably less exploration going on, potentially. But do you think it retained its crown of like, oh, it's an open world game where it doesn't completely hold your hand, but gives you a little bit of exploration and discovery for yourself?
Yeah, I did quite like it. I like the telescope as well. I don't think you had that in Ghost of Tsushima, did you? No.
That was really good, actually. You're right. You can use a telescope and it will, if you zoom in on what's a base, essentially, it will mark it on your map and you feel like you found it. That was good. I stopped using it after about halfway through the game, though. Like early on, I was going up to places and finding loads of shit, but then at some point I just stopped using it because I was finding everything through the maps. Yeah. Well, people kept telling me, I was like, don't give away that. I didn't want to know that.
Spoil it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I quite like the telescope just because a lot of the stuff you could see, there was like trees that didn't look at the right place. They looked sort of slightly out of place. And you think, we'll zoom in on that. And then you go, it's a fox den. You go, fucking hell, not another one. But yeah, I found pretty much most of the stuff, but I also did have a lot of the help from the calligrapher or whatever his name was. Yeah, and like you say, I think it would have been better if towards the end of the game, or even if you'd done the main missions in that area, then he could say, look, this is what you've missed, sort of thing. I marked this on your map for you, because you do just become it's just there and it's a bit lazy, isn't it? But I think the exploration is pretty good. The way you sort of find stuff, and some stuff naturally, some stuff they'll just mark like a couple of bits on your map, but just going from one place to the other, you'll stumble across a few bits and bobs. So it is done quite well, I think. Yeah,
it's certainly better than most. I think they should really commit to not telling you where anything is, and you have to find it. Like it should say, don't know, fucking the snakes in the northeast of Mount Yōtei. You're like, okay, I can look on the map and see where Mount Yōtei is and head north. I would prefer an option where they do that. Like, it's an option, so if you want to keep, with the markers and whatnot, you can do. But I don't know. I prefer it if there's an option. Just no one tells you nothing, or they tell you and you have to write it down, or be like, right, if I'm going to go there, I'm going to have to mark it myself. It's kind of like what they do in Elden Ring a little bit, where you don't really have a mark, although there are map markers on that. People lie all the time. So, there's no map markers on it. There is. There is. I've seen them, played it. But, you obviously got the wind as well, which is the stop you from having to keep checking the map. You can follow that. I know that tangled me up a few times. That wind's a little bit unreliable in the mounts of Yōtei. I was getting right snarled up with a few bits, trying to get to places that I couldn't get to because it was like a story area. Spent 20 minutes walking around this rock face. I was like, why can't I get through this fucking hole? And then it circled back to like a side quest or something later on. And I was like, right, well,
thanks for that.
Some of obviously you're going to take down the Yōtei 6, kill them off, get rid of them. I did appreciate that some of the areas, some of the Yōtei 6 have like a whole zone to go to, so that's filled with its own side stories and other bits and pieces there. But they weren't always, it wasn't necessarily go to a base, kill everyone. There's actually one of them that's like quite puzzle based, where they've got like a little cipher and things to decode, and it's more puzzle based rather than combat. I like that they weren't all just, the same of like, go to a base, kill everyone. Most of them were, but there are at least sections there that give you a little bit of variety on that point. Graphically, now, what do you make of this? You're playing on PS5. How did it look? And how did it run? Do you have any problems with it?
No, I didn't. In its defence, no problems at all. No freezing, no sort of slowness or anything like that. Nothing I noticed. And I do think it does look very, very good. When you're running through the sort of the grass, I forgot what it's got. It's got a special name in it, Pompey grass or something. Or
yeah.
Anyway, on the horse and that, and the horses are running around. I did think it did look pretty good. I was impressed with it. Again, it did remind me a lot of Ghost of Tsushima. Like, I know it's obviously the same game, but I don't think they changed an awful lot with the horse riding, and the grass was the same. And I don't know. It's not the best looking game I've seen, but I did think it did look pretty good. Bearing in mind how big it is and how far you could see, etc., etc. I thought it done a really good job. A few bits when you're in the water, it looked a bit ropey. There was a bit where I was in the sea, and I was like, "Fucking hell, this looks like trash." This does here, but you spend so little time in the water; it's not such a big deal. I can see why they wouldn't have, broke their back on that. But yeah, on the whole, I thought it looked pretty good. I was quite impressed with it. It's one of the best looking games I've seen in a while from a PS5.
Yeah, I think the world landscape, however you want to describe it, is really good. Like the actual land that you travel across looks good, and
few animals look ropey.
Yeah, not as bad as the what's Chewbacca is what they call them.
Oh yeah, Wookiee
in Star Wars.
Yeah, fucking hell, he did a rough night. He had.
So, not as bad as that. But yeah, I was going to comment that like the world looks good, and the lighting, and like when you're at the top of a mountain and it's sunset or sunrise, it's very, very artsy. It's got some style to it, but it's like a step below. Or step below like God of War, or step below even Horizon and The Last of Us in terms of like the way the characters look, they move or don't move. Like when you're talking to them, they're very stilted and stand still, which isn't a major problem. But I feel like something like Horizon Forbidden West, which is I think is quite comparable because again it's a massive fucking open world. In Forbidden West, they upgraded their facial animations, the way the characters move when you're just chatting to them for side quests. Like it was really, really engaging. Whereas Ghost of Tsushima is a tier below, I think, on the production side of like some of Sony's best stuff. So
you could definitely tell where they'd had somebody in to do, say, like a main character.
Yeah.
And then the side characters or someone that was just in the village looked like a bag of shit. There was like 5 or 6. You thought, they look quite good.
Though. Ain't a lot of food out there. It's like hard going some of those areas.
Yeah, so I think some of it did look good, but it, like you say, or like I say, like there was a few that obviously were just not main characters, and they were like, just anything will do. Just he's only saying a few words here, so just get him by.
The other thing I liked, and this isn't the problem for you because I think you use rest mode quite a bit, so you just power down the PS5 into rest mode, boot it up, and it's there. I don't do that because I had problems with some of the games once, and I close it down. I leave the PlayStation in rest mode, but I fire the application up like on the tile. This game just literally, it's like it's been in rest mode. It just goes straight in, doesn't do any of the starting bit like, stuck a punch. So it just goes boom, and you're in within a few seconds. Like it's absolutely rapid. And just coming off the back of playing something like, throughout this, I was playing a bit of F1 25, and you've played those FIFA games where everything's got to be connected to the internet. Every menu change, it's like, connected to the EA. So I was like, fucking hell. Just to get into it, it's like, right, now press options. It's like connecting to the servers. And I was like, I just want to get into a race. I've got to connect to these bloody servers. So that was maybe I'm over-egging it because I had that alongside it, but I enjoyed that. Let's move into the verdict. Unless you've got other things that you wanted to rant about or praise for Yōtei in general.
No, I think we've covered all bases. Moaned about what I wanted to moan at and complimented what I want to compliment.
Good. That's what I like to hear. What's the overall verdict then for you? Like, I haven't got to choose just yet, but if you were going to just, in a few sentences, sum up your experience of 47 hours of Ghosts of Yōtei, what words would come to mind? I
think something you said actually rung true with me, and it feels like a missed opportunity. I feel like the base of the game is good. The story started well. And as it goes on and on and on, it just wears thinner and thinner and thinner, and you realise that it's actually not that great story-wise, and the combat becomes a little bit repetitive, although enjoyable still, and the side missions become repetitive. And it to me, the last sort of 10 hours, I was just like, I just want to fucking get this done now. Whereas I feel like that is a sign of a bad game, where you don't want to be like that. You just want to, you don't want it to end. But
I can't believe you finished it. There was a time when I thought, we ain't going to get through this. Sir Bin a lot is back, and it's going to go in the botchling bin. And then I felt like you was getting close. I think out of spite, you just finished it. Being stubborn about it.
Yeah, basically, I was just
quid. I'm going to finish this.
I'd come too far. That's all it was. Yeah. I was like, fuck, I want to see how this ends with Atsu.
Well, that's what I've done with Walking Dead. That's why I keep watching that dross. Of like, I might as well just finish. They're going to finish it eventually, like all these spin-offs and whatnot. Daryl Dixon running around in fucking Spain or wherever it is now.
Stephen Merchant, I saw he was with the other day.
Mate,
he's got one in London, isn't there?
Like as soon as he shows up, it's like actually enjoyable to watch. And then as soon as he's there, like he's there for about 3/4 of an episode, and he's gone. It's like,
all that.
I was actually like sitting up to like, this is and then they're like, nah, it's one episode and him tops gone. I was like back to like just melting in my chair, thinking, what am I doing in my life watching this? But anyway, we're talking about Ghost of Yōtei, not
I feel like it was sort of base of a good game, but it was just a missed opportunity. There was so much stuff they could have done with it to change it, and I don't think they would have had to change a lot of it to make it a lot better. Like you say, a system where there was some sort of reaction to how you changed or chose the way you played would have been good. A slight tweaks in the combat. I think they should have changed a couple more bits to make it a bit more interesting, and the story sort of, to me, really died a death towards the end. I don't want to go too much into it, but it became very predictable, and then I was just like, oh, fucking hell. Yeah. So it just become it was a bit bloated, but yeah, just overall a missed opportunity, I think.
Shit on it. Right. What are we going to do about this gaming gallery then? Because there's options to put it in the gallery and reward it with some sort of award, medal, want to call it that, or it can sit outside in self-storage and join the other dross that's kind of sitting out there. So you do have the power to drop it in or out of the gallery, which I guess that's the first question.
No, it would get into the gallery. It's not It's not horrendous. So it'd probably get a bronze. Yeah. So worth playing, but don't get too excited.
Don't get too excited, no. I am going to put it in the gallery also. I'll give it a silver. I did like it a bit more than you, I think, in general. For reference, I gave Tsushima Director's Cut a gold, so it has lost. Even though this is a better game, like there's objectively much better points in this game, I feel like because I expect more from a sequel. Like, I normally give the first game a bit of a pass. It was new, Tsushima. It was like, it had all the new trappings of like, the wind and the fox dens, the bird, discovering things as I go rather than just checking a map. This does have that, but it also has the fucking map as well. But when you come back second time around, I expect a bit of progress. And I said on that one, and I think I was spoken to Logan, unfortunately, about it. I said, like, I really want them to put some level of choice and consequence in because I think it would work really well. And then as soon as that first person that you like to interrogate, you just let go. I was like, well, if you're not even going to give me that, just a small, inconsequential person to kill, then I've got no hope in the main quest or side quests. And as it turns out, you've got nothing. You'll enjoy the story they've written and walk away either happy or sad or annoyed or bored, depending on what's going on. So a silver for me for Ghost of Yōtei. Before we get out of here, where would you rank this in the Sony products? Did you play Forbidden West?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Did you finish it? Because that was fucking long.
I think I did, but I lost interest in it, shockingly. I started skipping the videos in the end and just literally just doing the mission. So I'd had no idea what I was doing. I was just literally going, I'm just going to get this done. Yeah.
Because to me, they're the two. Spider-Man's its own thing. Although Spider-Man, I don't think was. What I'm trying to say, there's a bit of a theme of like their heavy hitters not being as heavy as they're all sequels for one. I wonder if that's part of it. And like the magic dust has worn off on some of like. I saw people even not liking. I love Ragnarok. I think that's fucking amazing, but a lot of people didn't like that. But I know like Horizon, Spider-Man 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yōtei, like these are all follow-ups. They're all open world games as well, like proper open world games with side to and bloat and filler. I was wondering where you're at with like, are they too formulaic, these games that they're churning out at the moment, and we're just sitting around waiting for Naughty Dog to pull their finger out and get into Galactic out? Well, which will probably be an open world game just to annoy us.
But if you look at something like The Last of Us and The Last of Us Part 2, and I know you know it's easy to go for that game, but even like GTA or Red Dead
2 is so fucking good. That's what it's made me feel. I was like, that is unbelievably like so much better.
Yeah, and the first game's good.
They're in 2018.
Red Dead Redemption 1 was amazing, but Red Dead Redemption 2 made it look awful. Whereas these games don't make the other game look awful; they make it look the same. I just feel like it could be just level 2. Like it's not a massive upgrade to it. It's just like a follow-on. They've not changed enough. It feels quite lazy, especially this game. I feel because the difference between like I thought Horizon. And then the next one, Forbidden West, I thought it was better and there was improvements, but you could still see the game. Whereas this, it seemed the same game. It just felt the same. There was not enough for me to make it a newer game. Even if you look at that Uncharted or something like that, like if you played Uncharted 3 and then Uncharted 4, that the improvement is massive.
Uncharted 1 and Uncharted 2, you think, what the fuck? How they got this thing on steroids? Like,
but it doesn't feel like that. And with Spider-Man, and even, I get it with God of War, I'd like Ragnarok as well, but there was a few little tweaks with the weapons and that, but it still felt very similar. It wasn't built from the ground up to be different. It was... It felt like it was built on the same bones and flesh, and it was just sort of polished a bit. Whereas if you have like Red Dead 1 and Red Dead 2, although the maps are the same, it feels like a completely different game. It's like they've just gone back to the drawing board a bit and gone, right, let's make this game again, make it better. Whereas this, they haven't. I don't feel it feels like it's the same sort of thing. No. And I think, like you say, because of Sony have done it now with Spider-Man, Horizon, Ghosts, God of War, you know, I don't know, like you say, the shine's worn off it now, and I think they need something else. Maybe the Naughty Dog game will be that one set in space will be the one. Time will tell.
We'll have to tell. Last question. There's a very similar setting and game out there, Assassin's Creed Shadows. What's the likelihood that Biff one day turns that on and goes, this is the definitive Japanese old school shinobi samurai game, and you pop that on and think, Creed, I've missed you.
Yeah, that won't happen. I've had my fingers burnt so many times.
Just trying to talk you into it. He was saying you can blow out torches and stuff. It's worth a go.
Yeah, no. I played quite a few hours of. I mean, you talk about bloat. Jesus Christ, I must have played 60 hours of. What was the last one set in England?
Oh, Valhalla.
Played a lot of that, and I don't think I was close to finishing it. And again, I was just like, oh, fuck
100
this.
hours it took me.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't need to be 100 hours long.
Travelling. So, what does that tell you? I don't know what they were playing out of that. It's funny how those two games are like similar. They're both set in Japan. There's even like a revenge story in Shadows as well, which is similar to Atsu's. But I feel like I haven't played it, but I'm glad I waited for this rather than getting on Shadows, because I felt like playing those two in the same year would have been reductive in some way. I just had more trust in Sucker Punch than Ubisoft, so
that's what I had as well.
I'll try and get to it one day, but I'm already behind on Creed stuff. And they'll probably have another fucking game out next year, so that'll be another one to get. There you go. All right, Biff, cheers for that. Ghost of Yōtei in the book, a bronze from Biff, a silver from me. So, if you liked the first one, again, this is how I'd put it. If you like the first one, you'll probably like this. If you love the first one, you'll probably at least like this. If you didn't like the first one, as Biff said, there's nothing here that's going to change your mind unless you want to see female arse get into a hot spring. And on that note, we'll leave it. And as usual, we'll see you on the other side. Claws of Awaji. Is that how you pronounce it?
I believe so, yeah. It is a real...
Were they saying it in the game?
They were, yeah. They did say Awaji. I'm sure it's a place in Japan. Yes, Awaji.
Yeah. Over the water from Osaka. I'll probably fuck that up, but it's over the water from the big O. Yeah, Osaka, that's right, I think. Anyway, This is the expansion for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, it's a paid expansion for anyone popping up now. £20.99, 21 UK pounds. However, if you pre-ordered the game, you got this free. So they...
And guess who did?
You'd forgotten, hadn't you? That you even had access to it.
I pre-ordered it, yeah. I forgot, because I did pre-order it, but because it was like 15 quid cheaper, I bought it on that fucking Ubisoft Connect, which is possibly the worst DRM in the world, especially for my fucking brain, because it doesn't log the game time properly. It will glitch out sometimes. Some games don't even have it. Some games ain't even got achievements. It's a real
Connect.
It's a real fucking ball ache. What it used to be called Uplay, didn't it, back in the day?
I think it was, yeah.
Now it's Ubisoft Connect. I pre-ordered it and completely forgot. But when they announced this, because it was like announced first with a new weapon, I sort of looked at it and it was like a new story DLC. I actually was half tempted to buy it, and I was like, right. Oh, that can't be too bad. So I went in thinking I was going to buy it. Then opened up my Uconnect and it's clicked on it and it said, you currently own this. And I was like, oh, fucking hell. Absolute brilliant. So, yeah. And then I was like, it even says on the thing, on the box, 10 hours of new gameplay. And I played this for 11 hours.
Oh, there you go. Extra hour given out.
They were an extra hour given out, and they had that bob on. So, I pretty much did everything it had to offer as well. So what I did like about this is it is a separate island to the main game.
New location to be meddling around with.
To go off, and it did feel like a new location. To be fair, it's not very different, but it does differ from the main game. It's a very hostile island. It's like Epstein Island.
Get that flight record published.
But no, so like in the OG game, which I recently reviewed and is on the is it on the channel? Will be coming soon. Can't remember now.
Oh yeah, no, that'll be up before
this anyway. So that was a very big, vast open world that you're on your horse and you can fucking steam through the island and you won't be attacked at all. This, you're fucking running down, you're on your horse on your way to your mission. Some cunt pulls a fucking wire out and tripped over and you get bloody ambushed. Like, do you remember like on Red Dead when you used to go through the bridges and then all them fuckers would come out and start firing at you?
Yeah, or Days Gone, those fuckers used to do it on the road, didn't they?
That's right, yes. Yeah, so you've got that in this, which is quite fun because it's just a DLC. You go in with the same mindset, and it was it was like a week after I finished playing Shadows, so everything was pretty fresh in my mind, and just sort of went back in going, right, this is the new norm. So then going into this very hostile new island, it sort of, it did make it feel like, oh, no, this does feel different.
Yeah.
Just with a bit of hostility.
You got 11 hours out of this.
Yes.
What are you mainly up to? Is there bases to clear down? Is it flavours of the original, of the base game? Or is there, obviously there's a story there about...
Yeah, so it starts off in like a story. It's quite interesting. They actually add the new weapon. They have now added that as a free, not part of the DLC. So there was like a new quest that opened, and that starts the sort of like an opening to the DLC. Right. You get this new story mission that you play through, which took me about an hour, I think. Maybe that's where that extra hour came from. You get that new weapon, and then the story go, right, click here to go into the DLC. So when I did that, you go in, but the way it starts...
Separate menu?
I think it is, yeah, separate menu, separate island and everything. So
if you boot the... Sorry, I might have misheard, I was burping. I think I muted it. If you go in the base game...
Yeah.
Can you access...
You can, but it's like a fast travel.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
so
you can
fast travel. It's not like a complete
travel.
separate mode that you have to go from the main menu to access it. You can fast travel there from the main game.
Yeah, you can fast travel. There is a separate menu there's not a separate menu. There's a DLC option. So it will just take you rather than take you into the main game.
Yep.
It will take you straight into the island, yeah. But no, there's not a separate menu or anything like that. It's more so. But yeah, it's like because it's an island, it will transfer you to there.
Yeah.
I think you can. Can you go back and forth? I don't know if you can at first until you've sort of unlocked it all. Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but it's certainly like a big and it sort of warned you that you're leaving the main island. You can't do certain things. But yeah, once you get there, it's pretty much in terms of the story missions and stuff. It's very much the same. You know, you get there. It's a small condensed island. You've got the viewpoints that you have to go up and climb to unlock the synchronizing. You've got your main missions and then a couple of extra. There's a few side quests in there for you to do. But yeah, the funnest part of it is going through and like I said, the hostility of everything, and it sort of changes it up. The way you play, you're sort of more defensive. You sort of have to have your wits about you. You can't just sort of run around like you used to.
Yeah.
But the way the DLC starts is it tells you like the story. So the story is that this is about. She mentions it during the game that Nawe's mother. She thinks she's dead, but then there's rumblings that she's still alive.
Right.
And this DLC is going to try and find her. But the way you go into this DLC is you go to watch a like Punch and Judy show. What they call them? Like a fucking
puppet show.
Puppet show. That's it. And then all of a sudden you go into... Remember that there's those games, the Assassin's Creed Chronicles?
Yeah.
You go into a 2D side-scroller Assassin's Creed game. I was like, oh, fucking hell. And that sort of sets up the story for the DLC. So you play through that for about half hour. And I was like, oh, this is an interesting take.
Yeah.
And then you obviously get into the world and it unlocks the story. But yeah, the gameplay elements in the DLC is very much the same as standard Shadows, levels. Go to this thing, fight these people. That's the same. What is the difference is the boss battles in this. There's boss battles in Shadows, but not like this. This one in particular is very, very good and very, very sneaky because they've robbed it off of someone. And I can't tell you that because it's a massive spoiler, but I don't want to spoil it for you. But it's very, very good boss battle, but very, very sneaky.
Okay, interesting.
But yeah, that's sort of it does, and it's very Assassin's Creed. That's one thing. This does feel different. The whole DLC in itself is a vibe. Like I say, it's a very, very. What do I keep saying? Very aggressive. Like everyone on the islands hostile. That's the word. Everything's hostile. They don't want you there. They don't want you. It's like Britain.
Yeah, don't come over. Did you travel over on a boat as well?
You do travel over on a boat as well.
There's
flags on lampposts. So they ain't got lampposts. They're painting roundabouts.
Yeah.
But Yeah, it's very hostile. They don't want you there. They keep telling you they don't want you there, but you don't listen. You keep going there trying to find.
Attend to, I'm afraid. You've got hotels to get to.
Not to. But yeah, so it is about 10 hours. I think I did, like I said, I spent 11 hours doing it. But yeah.
Did you clear down everything that was available? There's still
everything.
Okay.
No, that was completely. It's that smart. I wanted to. I was like, right, yeah, I can do this. There's enough to find collectibles, side missions, and thing. And yeah, in the 10 hours, that was perfect to clear that map down. And the story, yeah, like there's a story there for people who are fans of the main game and want to continue that story.
Yeah,
that's quite fun. But yeah, in its core root of its gameplay, then it is just more Assassin's Creed. Like I say, you obviously have this new weapon, the bow staff. Like a big stick, but yeah, that they enhance that. So that feels like a new weapon because there's like a lot of big animations that wouldn't have been on other weapons. It's not just a sort of cut, copy, paste jobby. It's a whole new weapon that plays differently. Get new sort of skills for it, a new skill tree for that. But yeah, it's just very. Yeah, it was a perfect sort of length. Really, it didn't sort of overstay its welcome. But the biggest thing I took away from it was the whole feel of it. It did feel different to the main game, which was quite nice. I mean, in terms of look, it still looks the same. It's not like it's not like a different biome or anything. It's just like another part of Japan. And yeah, like I said, the main gameplay is the same, but certainly the biggest play was these boss battles. And certainly one in particular that a lot of people will probably talk about. Yeah, I don't know really what else to say about it.
If someone picks up the base game and this as part of some package,
yes.
When will this unlock? And is it gated?
I think
higher levels.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, because it's post game. So yeah, I don't know if. Yeah, you are level gated, didn't you? In this, there are levels. I can't remember, fucking hell. It's only been like a week, I think. I'm trying to think if you get levels. You do have a level, didn't you? Yeah, you must usually, be. Yeah. But, no, I assume you must. No, I think it does come up at the beginning and says, maybe you can play it without.
The reason I ask is because Ghost of Tsushima had that Ishi Island back in the day.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
And I played through the director's cut where that was already there. And it opens up in like Act 2. There's like 3 acts, and then post game or whatever. But in Act 2, you're obviously like you're equipped well, but you're nowhere near as powerful as you're going to be. Anyway, it opens up and you can access it. But as you go to get on the boat, it goes, it's hard. Right. So don't be coming in here. I do wonder
if it's the same thing with that. I'll have to go back and have a look. But I definitely remember now that there was a screen that sort of said this is best played after the conclusion of the story because this is a continuation of the story.
Yeah, because also you mentioned a few narrative threads there that sounded like they could have come up in the main game, and this might uncover or I guess spoil stuff that the characters don't know about. So there must be some sort of warning. But I was just interested for people that pick this up might go, new island to go to, and they're like, what the fuck? I'm getting my arse ripped out here.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, it must do a similar thing, but because I'd already beaten the game, it just went straight there. But I do, thinking of it now, it definitely does have a warning, and it certainly told you that this is best played after the conclusion of the story. Yeah. But whether you can go there under leveled or not, I don't remember there being any sort of level scale. I don't remember, but because I was playing it as a proper Ubisoft game, I was always thing. Yeah, was it Odyssey was the one that really fucked me up. That had proper level game.
Shit house that was. Yeah, just fucking prats.
Yeah, but no, this doesn't really add anything to its main gameplay though. I mean, it is just more of the main game, Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's just more of a sort of. It is very story focused, this one as well, which is quite good. Yeah. But yeah, I will put a strong emphasis on boss battles and hostility.
Yes. Oh, so a little bit of a change there, at least, of atmosphere. Yeah. Not atmosphere, but just moment to moment, isn't it?
Exactly that. Yeah, I mean, you could go to a new island and it will look different, but literally nothing will change. It will just be exactly the same. And like I say, just having that bit of hostility and adding the inclusion of, getting jumped every 20 seconds or whatever makes it a ball like when you're just trying to clear shit down. You're like, right, I just need to go to the other side of the map to get this, and then I can go and get that waypoint. You go, right, I'll just stay. Oh no, these fucking bastards have got me again. Yeah. But it's fun because it really does change the way you play. You have to be very aggressive and defensive at the same time.
Lovely jubbly. Any other comments on Claws of Awaji? Assassin's Creed Shadows expansion.
The difficult thing is because I'd pre-ordered and got it for free, so I didn't have that. In terms, I mean, I suppose it's relative to yourself, like your situation. But what did you say it was? Like 21
UK pounds, £20.
21 UK. So I mean, if you're getting 10 hours of it, I mean, people buy games and that. It's walking sims that last 4 hours and they're happy with it. Yeah. So maybe depends how much. I suppose it depends how much you love Assassin's Creed. Yeah. But for me, it was a perfect sort of DLC. Really, didn't outstay its welcome. Felt different.
Yeah.
Had some. Oh, that's interesting. They haven't done that before. Moments which you do want. So for me, I'd probably say it's worth the price of admission. But your mileage may vary. You may not want to give a shit about unlocking everything. You may just want that story segment and away you go. And then you got to start questioning.
How long would it be, do you reckon, if you mainlined it?
Mainlined it 4, I reckon.
Okay.
4 hours. Yeah.
Interesting.
But it's quite good. Quite challenging as well, I'd say, as well. Yeah, it did sort of increase the difficulty a bit. I did struggle, did die a bit, I will say. And of course by the time in the Shadows main game, I was so overpowered by the end and had all the best legendary swords. I was an absolute samurai by the end and was just knocking shit out. So a welcome challenge.
Well, there you go. Claws of Awaji. The formalities, the Dimp Digital Gaming Gallery, does it earn a spot in there alongside the base game, sitting in there happily, laughing?
Happily, yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed, but I think because of the boss battles and that little section of 2D side scroll, I really sort of was like, oh, hello, what are you doing here? I think that pushed it up to a silver for me. I think ordinarily I may have put it as a bronze, just perfectly fine, no problem, gets it done. But I think I enjoyed my time more than I anticipated I would.
Nice little surprise when you logged on and found it was already there.
Yeah, and that boosted it up as well.
And then even more surprised when it wasn't dog shit.
Yeah, exactly that. Normally, because I think a lot of them.
You're not really a DLC person.
I'm not a DLC. I can't remember the last DLC I actually paid for.
This is where taking so long to finish the game played in its favour because you were still hot on the back of finishing the main game.
It's worked. I've lucked out, is what I've done.
That's good.
Well, that's it. But I'll give it a silver. Enjoyed my time. Worth a run through if you've gone through the main game and enjoyed your time. If
that's
not,
the Adkins advice. Get through that main game first. Don't be just accessing it as soon as it comes out because you might get your ass whooped and you might get spoiled by some narrative elements. I know that's happened with other games before where they've gone, this spoils the main game, so don't be doing it yet. All right.
Do a Far Cry. Those Ubisoft fucks love doing that.
Fucking pricks. Anyway.
Never did that.
Claws of Awaji, silver in the Dimp Digital Gaming Gallery, alongside Assassin's Creed Shadows, the base game. Both a double silver award for Ubisoft. In the doldrum, some say, but pulled their fingers out for Shadows and their venture into feudal Japan. But we need to bid you adieu and say we'll see you on the other side.
Right, guys, we've got Hell Is Us. Game that got told to me is a cross between Zelda exploration, Resi puzzles, and something else I can't remember. Combat of the Souls.
Joe raving about it got me to download a demo.
Yes.
On a classic. I played 45 minutes and then left it. But here we are. We're here to review it now that you've played it, bought it, and completed it.
Yep. All finished. Done. Completed. 30 or so hours. So quite a meaty game. I could have spent probably another hour or two, I think. And I still could go back to it if I wanted. There's still things for me to do. Like if I wanted to do a platinum trophy, I'd probably have to do another playthrough. But I think
how is it even on your radar? Because I know you told me. Obviously, you told me to get the demo, but why did you get the demo? How did you see it? No?
Yeah, I don't know when I saw it. I feel like it was this year. I think it debuted last year at some point, so I may have even seen it then. But they put out a video like you often see, and it wasn't like a typical trailer. It was kind of like narrated, and it was like saying, look, there's no quest markers, there's no maps. Use your nose, like follow your instincts, follow the clues. Every combat encounter is meaningful, meaning there's not a lot of combat, or suggesting that at least.
Sounds like you're describing Elden Ring, and you said you hated having a little pad writing things down.
Well, we'll get to that, but Elden Ring did have a map, and it did have waypoints, and in fact, it even had a GPS showing you where to go at all times. So it completely lied to us. People still lie to this day. There's no quest markers. There is marks where your NPCs are, all this sort of stuff. This game does none of that. Nothing. You've got a little data pad that has information on it, and you use that. Well, you don't go very far in the game. So, it is definitely a note-taking game.
So hang on, right? Okay, because this has come out because there's been a lot of games announced and
worst
big
time ever it
coming
come out. Really,
so I feel like
it's got buried completely.
Exactly, I think a lot of people have either not heard of this, missed it. They're not going to be sniffing. So, I tell you, cards on the table. Who is this made by? What did you play it on first of all?
So PS5 Pro installed for that, as I often do with a lot of my games these days, even if they're on, on PC or whatever. It's just easy. It's more comfortable as well. I don't know what it is. Something about sitting. I'm not even on a sofa either. I'm in the same chair that I would be, but it's just, I don't know. There's something about just having the telly there which makes it worthwhile. So it's PS5 Pro. Rogue Factor made it. I can't say I'm familiar with any of their previous games. They've made a handful. This is it. What's this one? Necro Monda Underhive Wars and Mordheim City of the Damned. One's a tactical role-playing game. What's this other one saying? And the other one's a tactical role-playing game. So this is not that. This is a 3D over-the-shoulder jobby. So clearly a step in a different direction. So the developer wasn't really of interest to me because I didn't really know much about their previous work. It was literally this trailer I saw, which was describing a game that seemed risky to interest people, but also the way in which sort of open world, and this isn't really open world, it's more open zoned, like you visit several zones, but worlds that you can explore, always telling you what to do, where to go. Then we've got like the examples of like the Sony games like Ragnarok, God of War. You've got people telling you the answers to puzzles before you've even had a chance to look at it. There's all this kind of like making it as easy or reducing the friction, I guess, for players as much as possible, which I actually don't mind. I'm not one of these players that's really snobby and like, I don't want to be told what to do. In fact, a lot of the time I want to understand how the game works more than what a lot of games will tell me. I don't want to know exactly where to go, but I want to know how certain systems work. But nonetheless, I was like, this seems like it's clearly identified this common complaint amongst, I would say, an enthusiast crowd, where a lot of people go towards a Dark Souls or an Elden Ring or a Bloodborne because of the lack of hand-holding. Yeah. And I thought this, given that it specifically mentioned that combat is not the focus, and that every encounter mattered, I was like, this sounds like a bit more of a more balanced experience that I might enjoy more. It doesn't sound like it's going to be brutally hard. It's going to require just sitting down and exploring and using your head a little bit. So I saw this overview trailer, And I was like, well, that's worth just keeping in mind. And then they released a demo on Steam, which I missed. I think it was only out for a month or so in the summer. And then they did it to consoles a little while back. And I was like, okay, let's just try it. There's no reason not to sit down for an hour to do this. So I tried the demo and I was like, definitely has potential. Sort of left it. The demo ends as you sort of reach the second zone, which is like a much more expansive like landscape. And I was like, oh, like, because the first bit's quite small, it's like a forest and like one little dungeon in it and whatnot. And I was like, this is a bit linear, but then it kind of teases you with this open area. I was like, oh, okay, let's go and play that. And it's like, no, you've got to buy the game. So I was like, okay, we'll do it. And to be honest, I wasn't going to get it on release because it was coming out at such a chock-a-block time. But the game, I finished the game I was playing previously one day before it came out. And I was like, it's either like, do I go down this Hollow Knight like rabbit hole, play the original, play Silk Song? This is before all the reviews. It's just on the stupid hype, which would have been more cost effective. I got Hollow Knight sitting on the PS5 from PlayStation Essentials. I was like, you know what? No, I'm not gonna, because these guys were here first. They had their release date. They said we're releasing here. Team Cherry just come along, crapped all over it. Took like definitely half their sales. I was like, let's give these guys the support and go for it. I knew it was a bit of a dice roll. Immediate sort of buyer's regret as I was going through the demo area again, because I've already played this. But really, like over time, I was like, no, this has been a good investment. I've enjoyed this. So yeah, that's the sort of long-winded explanation of how we got here. And 30 hours later, credits roll, and Hell Is Us is ticked off.
And then give us a quick overview of actually like the game, the setting, the story, without spoiling, because you're talking fantasy setting. Where are we? What are we doing?
Yeah, it's interesting. The setting is interesting. That's probably one of the strongest parts about it. In terms of where it's set, from what I can gather, it's a fictional country, which appears to be somewhere in Europe, is what I'd say, and it feels a little bit alternate history, sort of set in like 93, so not that far ago, but computers, like big computers, are kind of there, so you can access terminals and things. So it's got this nice like analog feel to it as you wander around. But yeah, I think it's kind of like it's got a bit of a fantasy slant in it because there's monsters running around as well, but they're actually not expected. So actually, that's kind of like a new thing that's happened for modern society. But it's set on this like brutal civil war that's raging between these two factions that are in the game, and I'm surprised at how far they go with like some of the atrocities that you see, hear about, understand through exploration and through talking to people. Like in terms of like a war setting, obviously I have no idea what it's like to live through one of these, but I can only imagine this is like one of the most bleakest versions that I've seen in a game. I always remember you saying this War of Mine is horrible in that sense, and this reminds me like this is like that, but tuned right up. There is just, it shows like this cycle of violence between these two factions that have really been sort of over time, as you learn more, there's like it's kind of been there, and it's been generationally like they've been set against each other for religious or for progression or things like that. There's all these different things why they've been clashing, and propaganda, things like that. All this kind of stuff going on, and it's kind of positioned in a way where you kind of meet like your first sort of oppressed people, which is on one side, and you're like, oh god, those other guys are horrible, aren't they? And then you'll soon encounter the other side where they've been slaughtered or their family's been slaughtered, and actually you find they've been doing. It's like there's no good guys in this particular conflict, but what there is a lot of people caught in the middle, like civilians who really don't want any of this because it's just destroying their villages and towns and just wrecking things, and yet they are caught in the middle of this bloodlust that seems to have been raging on and off. So there's some really interesting messages in there as well, like about ultimate power, who dictates these things. Is it the 80% that don't want to go to war, just the 10% with the guns? When you think about the numbers of it, it's normally how things will operate in a warfare. So there's some interesting things in there that you can discover. In terms of like the story itself, you used to live there as a baby. Your mum and dad sent you away as a child because it was a bit of a hellhole essentially, and they started to have like martial law and stuff implemented. And you're on your way back there. You want to go back and go, right, I'm sick of this being like orphaned. I want to find out what's going on. And at some point you were captured by some level of like government or shady government entity, because the story is told as you're being interrogated. So you're tied down to a chair, truth serum inserted, and you're regurgitating the journey that you go on as a player. And as a small aside, that they contextualize your death in the game, because you'll die and then it'll like flash back and the guy who's interrogating you will say, that's not how it happened, tell me how it really happens. And I always like that within the game there's something like that. But there's lots of, in terms of the story, that's the sort of the initial impetus to go on this. But as I said, the civil war's going on. There's these fucking monsters that have come flying out of God knows where. What's going on there? So the government or some sort of shady entity is holding you, so they're fucking about doing something. So there's all these different threads to pull at as well that will kind of go through the main quest, and more so in like side activities and things that you get on with. And
I just like the idea of that guy telling a 26-hour story and then just getting the ump going, then I fell off the cliff, and he'd be like, well, you didn't know, did you?
No, yeah. It's funny.
I was going to say, obviously there's these no markers, and that doesn't tell you where to go, but now I know there's zones, not like fully open world. But is there, because you've said about dungeons, now I guess what do you mean by like, are we talking Zelda style dungeons where you're in that one location and there's a boss? And if so, what's the loop to kind of get you there and unlock the next area and move things on?
So the way you progress is off your own back, really. Like the data pad you have with you, which is like an old like handheld computer almost, like this big thick chunky thing. You go in there, and for the main quest, it has like I don't know, like find my family, and that'll be like a little entry. You go into there, it'll actually have like a little board that has like little characters and people and locations, and you highlight that, and it'll say, oh, you met Jeff.
Hang on, locations.
No, it'll say you met Jeff. He said you need to go to the spire. That's what it'll say. You don't know where the spire is. Or it might say Jeff told you the spire is northeast of the ruins, that you can see out this window. So it's got clues in there as to where to go. And then you'll just have to follow that. And you progress by following those clues essentially. Where those clues take you can be a number of different things really. It can be, it might take you to a set of enemies that you kill and you find an item or something. You take it back. You say, oh yeah, I know what that symbol is. It means so and so. Go and speak to Andy on the other side of town. He'll tell you more. And then it's like, okay, we'll go and find Andy. But often it will take you to a ruin of sorts or a dungeon. I don't mean like a Tower of London dungeon. I mean like what you'd say a Zelda dungeon, where you'll go into an area. There'll be enemies in there. There won't necessarily be a big boss to fight, but in order to get through, past, or gather information from that dungeon, you'll need to go through a series of puzzles. And these puzzles aren't listed in your data pad. So it doesn't say, "Oh, complete puzzle." You just know that you've got to get to the crux of this area, and by doing that, you have to go through these particular puzzle pieces. So there's a mixture of combat in there. There's a mixture of puzzle solving, using items. This door's got a lock. Oh, there's a snake on it. Oh, I've got a snake symboled key here. Let's try that. Oh, there we go. That sort of stuff goes on. Then there's doors with symbols, and it's like, okay, clearly these need to be in a specific order. How do I act on that? How do I do that? Look around, read the scriptures. Okay, it's saying there's a little story I can make together here. They're talking about walking through the fields first, then they went to the marshes, and then you're like, oh, that's a field, and you can, and it's throughout the game, it's different flavors of those type of puzzles, and a mixture of the combat and the enemies that you fall into. So, yeah, that's kind of like the loop. If you were to stay on the main quest, like you'll probably go from location to location, finding out a bit more, priorities might change in terms of what you were doing based on what you need to do to then circle back to what you ultimately want to do and find your parents and whatever. So yeah, you just have to use your nose, follow the data pads as best you can, go to a new zone. When someone says go to a new zone, you can jump in like an APC, which you acquire quite early. That does have like a little like map, so you just select the location, it will drive there. And then you'll be at a new zone where it's like, okay, what are we doing here? Some are open areas, like I said. Some are just basically small. There could just be a building that's explorable, but it's got like 4 levels. And again, it's the puzzle of getting up and back down again. So there's a lot of variety on that path. And
can you go back once you left?
Yeah, you can go back and forth between all the different areas. And in fact, one of the things that isn't really made clear is that you can't really do everything in each area on a first try. Like, you will have to go back. Sometimes the story beat might make you go back or suggest you go back. But if you're doing side stuff and whatnot, which I'll get into separately because they work a little bit differently, you'll be heading back to locations and being like, oh, I know I need to go back there, visit that person, hand this in, or you pick something up and think, that could be useful. And you have bits like that. There are like collectibles and items you can get throughout the world, and you can research them on the data pad. So you hand them in, they're researched. It then gives you an explanation of what they are, how they're used. It's how you can learn some of the lore-based stuff I was talking about earlier. And if you do about 10 of those, it will reveal I guess the sequence for a hidden tomb somewhere. And it'll say, there'll be a riddle, follow the water at lake, wherever. And then you've then got the code essentially to go into that hidden tomb. There's items and rewards in there. It's not story related. It's just, new weapons, glyphs or whatever. So,
and the design's good. So when it says like follow the water at so and so lake, like like the markers, the things when you're following your nose, it works, does it? You're not scratching your head.
No, because the worlds and the locations are built with these landmarks in mind. And they'll sometimes use head south here. You've got a compass. That's probably the only tool you can use is the compass. It's like, okay, south of the statue, the monument. Okay, and the monument might say Warrior of the East. And you're like, well, there's 3 here. But actually, if you read the plaque, oh, this one's Warrior of the East, that way. And it'll be there. Like, it's really clever. Well, it's not clever, really, but it's simple when you think about it. But it's like, we don't need to tell you. We know that you're coming into this game, hopefully, with the idea this is how it's going to play, and you're gonna scratch around and find things with any luck. And it's never really main quest wise. I don't think I got stuck. I got stuck maybe once, and there was one puzzle I did, and I was like, I did the opposite to what I thought the answer should be. Just because I was getting a bit like, I don't know what to do here, and then it worked, and I was like, oh, I must have misinterpreted that. But that happened once in 30 odd hours, so the rest of them, I'm not a particularly clever cookie, but I got through it without needing guides or anything, so stubbornly just sort of worked my way through.
That's good. A couple of questions. One, I think this is going to be a no, but it's on my mind. I'm assuming it's a story told to you. You've got no autonomy over like making decisions or like interacting with these factions other than hearing what they've got to say.
Yeah, in broad strokes, that is true. It's not like a Bethesda game where you can kind of influence the outcomes. You're either going to help or do these things, or you're not. And because the good deeds, as they're called, like the side bits, do not have this mapping as the main quest has, where it sort of logs, investigation details for you to go back to. Those ones you really have to just listen to what people are saying. Like, you'll meet someone, for example, and they'll be like, you should be chatting to them, and they'll say, oh, I could really do with a radio to contact my family, like I've lost them when we all got split up. And it's on you to recognise, one, they're sort of asking for help but not asking for help. There's a lore piece I found where it's like Hadians, which is where this is set, are very proud they won't ask for help. It's up to you to pick up on the fact that you could help them. And then 3 hours later in a different location, you might pick up a radio. Now, whether you remember, that's for so and so back in the village is up to you. Like you have to. That's the sort of thing where you need to write down where people are sort of struggling.
This was going to be my next question. Was the side quest? So this is how all the side quests work.
Yeah, essentially.
I mean, it sounds great. Does it work great?
Yeah, it's really satisfying and this is where the whole horrible, grotesque, dire setting plays into it. Like you come across these people and you want to help them immediately.
Yeah, because
they're so fucked sideways. They're under occupation by the rival faction, or like I said, their families disappeared. Like you want to help them, but the game's time moves on as you progress the main quest.
Ooh,
you can fail these quests. Like there was a couple I went back to. I never had the answer for them. I thought I'd just check in. I like to check in with them and see if anything's changed. And I went to check in on one of them, and it was like, no, you've timed out. And it was just a horrible outcome. I was like, oh my God, that's not good at all. But I was like, that's perfect. Like
Joe just knocking for a cup of tea and death and destruction.
Yeah. So
oh God,
it's hard though, man. Like it really is hard because like it won't tell you. Like they simply won't tell you, and you never know when the time's going to move on too far. Not all of them fail on time. I must make that clear. A lot of them, in fact, the vast majority, I don't think will time out. But there are some, probably ones that you don't even expect, that you'll go back to. It's like, no, you've missed the boat on that. So that's where I guess your playthrough could differ, depending on who you help, who you don't help, who you figure out who you can help. Because essentially, what I've just explained there is a bit of a fetch quest, isn't it?
Yeah.
All you're doing a lot of time is returning item or several items, potentially, depending on the complexity of the situation, back to them. But because it's sort of ambiguous about what they need to a certain extent and how they need it or whether they do need it, in fact, you feel like you've figured it out. And it's not telling you where to go and find it necessarily. It's just saying, I could really do with a radio. And you're like... Not a lot of working radios in this place, mate, but if I find one, maybe I'll remember. But that's where the note-taking comes in. That's why I'd recommend people write the notes down. Do I wish there's an in-game way of doing this? Absolutely. I think one day there'll be a game that comes along that solves this issue. I always think of like Alan Wake 2. Yeah. It's got that sort of mind palace. And that's very structured because it's not made to be a puzzle, but something like that you can go to and be like, Andy, and you have to create all this yourself. Andy in Jova, one of the locations, and then you can write a note, needs radio. And then you can just have it somewhere.
The option would be to have the game come with an app that you can download on your phone.
I did think of this. As I was going through, I was like, I remember all the companion apps, all these games that didn't need them, like GTA. Like, I don't need to feed the dog at work. Like, but this would have been you can access the data pad. Maybe it's like a replica of it. Yeah, man. Yeah, but
I think that's something like that's the answer. I guess combat we haven't touched on. So is it like melee and gunplay or something different?
It's pretty much melee. There are projectile-based powers that you can acquire, but they're not. There's no guns or anything like that. Okay. It's, swords or a variant of a sword like twin blades, or it's probably like 5 weapons that you can find, and you can upgrade them. You can infuse them with specific powers, like one's, for example, rage, and then you'll have access to rage glyphs that you can apply to the weapon that will do something fancy. You can upgrade the base power of the weapon, which increases its base damage and its combination damage. There's like 5 levels to that. And that's kind of like if you're thinking about leveling a character up against the enemy types or the enemy levels, that's your weapon level is really the key there. So you want to get on top of that and make sure you're kind of upgrading that. You can hold 2 at a time that you can switch between, but in the menu you can switch between whatever you want, but you can kind of switch them out. You do have a lot of options. This is the thing. You do have a lot of options like, block, parrying, dodging. You can use your drone. There's a drone that attaches to your back and that can distract enemies. It can, put like shields up against specific, attacks and things like that. You can use your weapon power. So your rage powers, for example, you can use those to like cast area effect attacks. Like there's actually quite a lot there, but you just don't need to use it. Like I played on normal, which is just where the game defaults to. So maybe if you put it on hard, you'd want to do that. But even then, it's not. This is definitely like when they said it's not about combat in the trailer. They kind of meant it, and what they failed to really, I think, accurately portray was there's actually quite a lot of combat. Right. Like it's not every encounter matters. That's a complete marketing lie from them. Like there's a lot. It's like you mow down like hundreds of these fucking monsters throughout the end of it. I mean, that's not. I don't remember every encounter of that. It's like that's quite a lot actually. It's not like Metal Gear bosses that you bump into once every few hours. And I think what happens is that the mechanics there are fine. It doesn't feel, you get these games where it just feels like you're not really, the impact's not there. Like God of War, I always think that feels like crunchy as fuck. When you're smashing that axe around, all those it's like, so it doesn't feel very good. And the common problem with a lot of games is like enemy variety. Yeah. It's just not very, very compelling. I feel like if you were a player who, well, I'm not exactly an action connoisseur, but a lot of games have action in them, so by default you get quite well versed at them. But if you're more of an adventure player or not well versed, you probably would come into this and think, there's loads of shit for me to do. There's actually quite a well fleshed out bunch of systems. But for someone that's cut their teeth on anything that's moderately interesting, you would have seen it all before, done it all before, and had more fun probably doing it. Yeah. So that's a bit of a blower. One thing I do like is that the enemies don't necessarily respawn, especially like when you die. I think that would have been very, very fucking annoying, if I'm honest. If you leave the area and then return later, they will come back. Okay. But there's like another kind of like side activity you can do where you can actually stop that from happening. So there's a few steps you can take. This is explained, but I won't go into what the details are for people. You can stop it if you carry out a few prerequisite things. So that's kind of like another side activity for you to go on, is to try and stop all the the monsters respawning. And by default, there's really no penalty for death, other than it's a bit of a weird one, but you basically go back to the last location where you interact with a save point. And there's quite a lot of these, but they might be like 3 rooms back. Yeah. And what I don't understand is that, yes, you probably want some level of penalty for dying, but none of the enemies respawn. So you literally just walk through the empty hallways that you just cleared out and then get to the next enemy. Or God forbid you fall in the water in this game, you instantly die. That's another weird thing. Like waist high water, he's just gone. I don't know if the water's all toxic from the war, but don't be going in any water. You can't swim, you die immediately. And so you're just pointlessly running back through hallways. And where it's particularly egregious is when you're in a puzzle area that requires maybe a level of platforming or something where you could actually die. Like you might come to harm throughout the hazards that are in that sort of area. Like you die there, and it takes you back 3 rooms, and you just want to get back to the puzzle. It's 40 seconds, but it's still annoying. And I guess the counter to that is, well, do you want the Dark Souls type respawning of enemies each time? I'm like, no, not really. I don't know how pointless it would feel if you just died and was back in the same place. What's the point in dying? It's a weird conundrum, I think, they've kind of created by doing this, because both are pointless, aren't they? It's pointless to run empty through the hallways, but it'd also probably feel that there's no consequence to death if you just respawned in the same spot. So I don't know.
And with the puzzles, is it ever a case of like they're like multi-step puzzles? So you die, go back 3 rooms, come back in, are you having to restart the puzzle again?
Yeah, some of them are. Some of them, there's certain sequences that you need to do in that order, and if you break the sequence, you'll be redoing that. You don't have to go, like if you've unlocked a doorway, that puzzle stays done. Yeah, so you haven't got to redo that, fortunately. And obviously, if you're like me and you're overthinking certain puzzles, making it harder than it needs to be, getting in all sorts of muck, it can go a little bit wrong. You can actually turn on something called death penalty, which is basically makes it into like a Souls-like, where the enemies respawn that you kill between that death and your checkpoint, and your XP is lost as well. I don't think you can get it back though.
Right.
Because actually, when you die, normally all of your progress is saved up until your death. So items you've picked up along the way, XP that you've got, or levels that you've gained. So yeah, it's just, you can turn that on if you want as an option. It's buried in the options somewhere. But for those that are a bit more sadists, I guess that's something there.
It's there for you. Okay.
But yeah, I think ultimately the too long, can't be asked to read is fine, but there's too much of it. And I think this is a game that, I think we always talk about the original Death Strand. I'm like, there's not even a lot of it in there because it's so poorly executed, it gets in the way. And they fixed it in Death Stranding 2 because it's brilliant to play, but games feel like they have to have some sort of conflict for the player to stay engaged. But yeah, it's not terrible, but you definitely, on the scale of the things it does well, like if you were ranking them all just in a list, not necessarily saying it's bad, this would be the bottom one out of all the other bits and pieces.
Okay. And then I guess before we go to wrap up, just tell me about performance. Any issues there? I know you love a bit of a problem.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like there's some stuttering, but from what I can understand, just guessing, when you're like going to an underground dungeon, there's a specific one. It's always when you pass a certain point in the hallway where I guess it's just loading the dungeon in and getting rid of the outside world. And the same on the way back. There's a very specific moment where it does it. So there's little quirks like that kind of happen. But performance otherwise is fine. Didn't have any crashes or anything like that. Ran mega smooth. I mean, it's a 50 UK pound RRP, like digital style. So it's kind of like that upper mid tier, I guess now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like they used to be, I think The Last of Us Part 2 on PS4 was 55 quid. Now that's 70 quid for the remaster. So it's in that tier slightly below, but on the upper end. And it kind of, it looks and feels a bit like that, which is fine. Yeah. Like I think that's just how things are. It's not in that kind of top tier, but it's performance wise though, pretty good in that sense. The only thing I would say, main character, voice actor of Deus Ex Human Revolution. So for those that know him, he's doing I've not heard him for a while. I was like, oh, I recognise that guy. But has, like, no adult would have this haircut. Like, he's got this blonde curly mop on his head. It's ridiculous. He's sitting there like getting interrogated, truth serum. He's got this fucking awful barnet on his head. And I know you're a bit sensitive about this. Like, well, at least he's got hair, all this. But honestly, mate, you'd be better off not having it if that's what you're going to do with it. So they should just cut his hair. It's just really bizarre looking. But fortunately, like in game, you can put a cap on him so you can hide that. And you can actually find little outfits and things to put different caps on and whatnot, which is good. But that was just a small thing about the presentation side of things.
Have we got any other business before we go to the polls?
I would like, maybe I'm getting into the area of like, what could you do for a sequel? But one thing you'll notice, especially if you think Elden Ring, which you shouldn't because it's not Elden Ring, but I say exploration and now people will say, well, that's what it needs to be. There's no like climbable areas or freedom in that sense. So you will frustratingly like come up to like a ledge which is just like shoulder high. You're like, well, I need to get there. Nah. You don't be climbing up there. So you have to find the route the game wants you to take.
Once you said you can't swim in water, I instantly went to that bit. I was like, I bet you can't traverse.
Yeah.
It's like goes hand in hand almost then, like when it's...
Yeah, I remember all the GTA games you couldn't do that, but that was in like 2000. Yeah, so there's little things like that. I think that would be nice to have as like a an option. Yeah. Fall damage also can be a bit brutal. Like again, he's fallen off like a ledge that's like just over his head height, and he's like, I've lost a quarter of my bar for that. That didn't seem at all balanced. So absolutely get rid of that. And you can't. It goes into like the traverse. You can't jump,
right?
So again, there's certain bits where I was like, I could get past this if you let me jump, but I guess they had to put some They're just like artificial guardrails, aren't they? Because people just fuck around and break the game, and they have to put big walls everywhere. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, you can equip key items as a quick save. If you get like a note that's got a code on it, you can equip it in your hotkey, and then when you get to where you need to do, you can just bring it up and be like, oh, it's 3, 2, 1, and put it on the computers. It's got like little quality of life things in there, that data pad that work nicely. But yeah, I'll keep going on about improvements otherwise if I carry on. So close it down.
All right, let's kill it off. I'm curious where this is going to land. So as you know, you've got the self-storage.
Yep.
Or you've got the general marking, platinum, gold, silver or bronze. What are we doing?
Well, it goes into the gallery for sure. It definitely goes in the gallery. Where does it go? Where does it get put? That's the key question. I'm going to give Hell Is Us a gold. I really liked the... I mean, the combat is so-so, but it's one of those things where it's not really a problem.
Yeah.
Like, it's not... Just not... I mean, there's a bit too much of it, but there's nothing more satisfying than just helping, like, a random, like, soul in this world just by getting them, like, a book or a picture of their... like, some shit like that where it...
Yeah.
Again, it's not written down that you have to do this. It's not saying, oh, remember to help Jeff. It's like, no, I remembered that he was telling me about his fucking daughter that got mowed down by these army bastards, and a picture was, you know, in the car somewhere, and then lo and behold, I find the picture, and I'm like, that's Jeff's daughter. Let's get her. And you don't get anything for it really. You get like there's a small reward that you can cash in somewhere else, but like that's the best stuff really. Like the puzzles are great as well. Like I think they're very fair. Everything you need to know will be there. You just need to look around, look at walls, look at objects, potentially read things, reread the instructions, which I didn't do sometimes. And it just has this really satisfying loop that you can go through. And the combat, as you know, as much as I slagged it off, it's not annoying really. Like it's not hard. It'd be if it was harder, I think it'd actually definitely hurt the game. But it's not going to get too much in the way. It'll feel exciting for the first few encounters, and then you'll get your eye in. Has that cool little like Bloodborne, like you can rally health, but this time you hit them, and then there's like a timer, like a little ring that will come around you. And when it flashes, that's when you've got to tap R1. So it's all like an active reload, and then it'll refill. So that does have things that keeps you sort of ticking along. But yeah, I think just the setting is so horrible, and it really just works with the characters they drop in these worlds. These little like no-name people for most of the part. You just sort of know their first name, and you'll feel very clever if you get through this. So I think it's a really good first outing. You know, if they do a sequel or similar game, I won't be probably as forgiving because I think there is a lot to improve. But I really think this is unfortunately been swallowed up by releasing it into what was already a crowded window, which got worse. I'm surprised the reviews are not a little bit higher. I think it's on like a 79 or an 80, which is no disaster. But my theory of the case is that because it came out at a bad time, who really was going to end up with this? People that were given it that... Because you have to want... This is going to sound stupid and weird, but you have to want to play this type of game.
Yeah. Don't
come into it and think, oh, third-person melee, Dark Soul. It's not.
Yeah.
That's not the game at all. The more you put into it, the more you'll get out of it. It can't be a side game. It can't be like, oh, I'll leave that for a few weeks and come back to it whilst I crack on with Call of Duty. No, it has to have... It kind of demands that focus because you'll forget everything. Yeah. But really enjoyed it. Like a nice, fresh experience with definitely ideas from other genres and whatnot. And a bit of a highlight for the year for me.
Well, hopefully, a little surprise package. Hopefully it does find an audience in a sale, or I don't know, just once we kind of clear this period and get a bit of breathing space, maybe be picked up by people who actually do find it and they get to cobble the money together for a sequel.
Yeah, absolutely. So gold for Hell Is Us.
Bloody hell. All right.
Put it on your radar at all? You?
To be honest, yeah, you sold it to me with the demo and things. I just done a class. I just
We'll
didn't
use
have
the
time
affiliate
to play
link
it.
that we've got. So make sure we get a kick. We haven't got any affiliate links. Should have been paid promotion.
Yeah, no, it's on the list. I will definitely get to this one.
I think you would like it, but I think you've got a better understanding of what it is and isn't. I think if you come in though, like I said, expecting Elden Ring or Souls Combat Challenge, it's like, no, it's not. It's not.
No, it's fine for me. It sounds like the combat's all serviceable for the other bits that shine in the game. I'm down for that. It's fine.
Yeah. Just use your nose. That's my advice to people. But yeah, Hell Is Us done. A great little game. Looks from the trailers like any other action game, but it's far from that. And just make sure you're prepared for the atrocities that you'll have to read. Because even like that stuff, you find out the worst stuff when you're just reading up on, you read find a book somewhere or a newspaper clipping, and you're like, fuck me. What are these people doing? What are they up to? Well, they say war never changes, get into Fallout.
That's it.
But Season 2, will that be any good? Just sort of like a little random exit question for Fallout, or will it fall foul of Season 2 syndrome?
I mean, I'm going to say it's a winner, but I don't know that world at all, so I don't know what they've shown.
Did you like the first series without having...
I loved it. I thought it was great. Yeah, I mean, probably would have liked to have... I think everything was explained. I remember asking you a few questions about... I can't remember what I wanted to know now. It's about that sort of cowboy fella with no face, like what he is and what they... I can't remember. Something wasn't explained to me about how they do what they do or whatever, but... no, I thought it was brilliant. It was a really, really nice surprise. So I just don't know how much more of that world they've got to kind of shine a light on.
Yeah.
Keep it interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it'll do well, but that's another question for another day. Anyway, Hell Is Us done. Thanks for that, Mr. Adcock. Sort of don't often get you in on the other side, but a fresh voice for people to hear, stumbling their way through. And as usual, for the audience, we'll see you on the other side. Biff, you're back. Games, you've been playing them, apparently.
Yep, and a crack on Metal Gear, Gears of War. I've gone right back to no new games coming out, so just playing old ones I used to have.
No, there was a bit of a gap for like what you're interested in anyway. So I was very surprised that you picked up Metal Gear, and we're going to go through both of those games in this one segment because there are some links between them. They're both redos of older games in different ways, so they kind of go together nicely. And also, you played them pretty much back to back, didn't you? You kind of went through one and went through the other directly afterwards. So let's start with Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. Oh, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Can't forget the Delta. People get annoyed. This is the first game chronologically of the Metal Gear franchise, or Metal Gear Solid, sorry. It's obviously the third of Metal Gear Solid, but it's the fifth of Metal Gear if you count those original games. And then we've had 4, 5, etc., Peace Walker, other things and bits and pieces. But what's your history with Metal Gear or Metal Gear Solid in particular? Because these are games that a lot of people jumped in on in '98 with the original Metal Gear Solid.
So I've played Metal Gear Solid Tactical Espionage, I think it's called. That was the first one on PlayStation 1.
Yep.
And then I never played another Metal Gear game until Phantom Pain, is it?
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Yeah. That's someone lent me Metal Gear Rising.
Oh, okay, right, the spin-off, yeah.
Yeah, it had a sword. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't really like it. But that is... So I've completed Metal Gear Solid Tactical Espionage. I really, really like that game. Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain was good as well. I did enjoy that. But they're the only two games in the Metal Gear franchise that I've actually played, completed.
Do you remember much about Metal Gear Solid, the original? like at all? Like, did you play it a lot, or did you play through it once? Because back then I played that thing about 8 times, but it was at the stage where you only had one game every 6 months, so you kind of had to make the most of the new arrival.
Yeah, I played that. I don't know how many times I completed it, but quite a few times. I remember going through it and trying to unlock certain things as well. You could try and get. I think I unlocked the invisibility suit that.
The stealth. Yeah.
The stealth. Yeah, I remember you have to play through it 2 or 3 times to do that. So I did do it, and I do remember it well. Some, really, way ahead of its time. It's really stuck with me, that game.
Yeah, the stealth camo when you unlock it is just. Especially at that age where you can just dick around and really torch those poor guards. They're already going to get their neck snapped at some point, but you can really fuck with them for hours on end before ultimately just putting them out of their misery. So that's interesting. So what happened with Metal Gear 2, 3, 4? How comes they were never picked up? Because obviously you played that a lot and enjoyed it, so I'm wondering why the following ones didn't get the same treatment.
I don't really know, to be honest. It's one of those things that just sort of passed me by, and I never really got back involved with it. There was other things that I sort of got into and other franchises, and I concentrated on them more than I did the Metal Gear games. A lot of it as well is that I was sort of quite young then, so
yeah,
my old man would have to take a slight, because he used to quite like Tomb Raider. So if I was like, "Oh, there's a new Tomb Raider game,"
dirty bugger.
If I said there's a new Tomb Raider game coming out, he would sort of dip in and buy it. But if I said, Solid Snake's got a new game, he'd go, the fucking hell, Solid Snake, and that would just be the end of it.
Solid, jokes and
yeah, exactly, yeah. So that was more to do with it. But yeah, I never really followed up, even though it was like, it's probably still in my top 5 games ever made. That the first one I played, it was incredible when I was young. I thought it was, just. It was just mental.
Yeah, it was. And then we go to Phantom Pain, which is 5. Did you finish that? Because that was a long game. There was a lot of repeatable missions and whatnot. I know a lot of people fell off it at a certain point. But
so I think I did fall off it because it sort of, I completed it to a point, and then the game sort of replayed itself, and all the missions seemed the same as what I'd already done.
Yeah.
I think I read that they sort of, he binned it off halfway through and they just repeated it. I don't know how true that is.
Essentially, towards the end, he wanted more time to finish it, and Konami was like, no, you've had like so many years, like it's coming out on this deadline, so do what you can. And the rumour is there's like at least one chapter that was kind of probably going to be worked in some way that was left. And then the back end of like the second chapter, because I don't know if you remember, there's 2 maps, isn't there? There's Afghanistan and then there's another map. That one, from memory, it kind of like asks you to go and replay older missions on hard, and then eventually it unlocks like a final mission, from what I remember. I remember at the time thinking, what's going on here? And then reading about it afterwards and thinking, oh, they fucked that. But a lot of people, just fell off it, because it's actually, if you did all the missions, it was like 70, 80 hours, and there was no, if you don't stop yourself doing the side turt, you can get snarled up in that. So I think a lot of people fell off, but gameplay wise, it was amazing.
It was incredible, really, really good. But yeah, I think I was one of the ones that fell off it. I think I got like halfway through it and then got to a point where I was thinking, hang on a minute, I've done this before. I've just literally, and that's why I just binned it off. But I remember I think I even played for it twice, but only doing the first bit twice again, because I really enjoyed the gameplay of it, but I just thought, I can't be bothered to keep going through this.
Yeah, that's a lot of people's experiences. Definitely had some issues. It was a shame that was the last one we got from them, like new, and probably won't get any more to actually finish the saga off as it intended. But we've got this Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, which is a remake of the original Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. I am surprised you even played this at all, or even picked it up. Like when you messaged me saying, "Oh, I'm getting Metal Gear," I was like, "The fuck?" Especially knowing it was like 70 quid as well, because I thought that's going to drive a lot of people off. But why? You can't have been that bored.
I mean, I was.
Government bums going on, more union stuff.
Basically, I was sort of under the impression that it would, because I spoke to you about it after, because I wasn't overly impressed with the game, because I haven't got that nostalgia, but because I've never played it before, it's the first time I played it. I thought it was going to be sort of updated So you sort of gave me the thing. Did you think it was going to be like Resident Evil, where it's the same game, but they totally updated?
It's not the same game, I don't think. I actually classify that as they share a scenario and a setting, but it's a different game completely, isn't it? Like if you compare two to what it is, it's like that's the sort of treatment I was hoping for free. And then when I found out it was not going to be that, it's going to be made to be tweaks. I was a little bit like, I don't think that's quite what people are after, but
that's basically the camp I was in, where it hadn't been updated enough, and because I'd not played it before, I didn't have that nostalgia for it. I didn't really care for it. I just was playing it as a 70 quid game I've just bought.
Yeah.
And it didn't blow me away because when did the game come out? Was I reading it was like 2002, 2003, something like that? The original, sorry.
Yeah, it would have been like, I think it was either 2003 or 2004. So it's.
If I'd have played that in 2004, it'd have blown me away because it was like like there's stuff in that game that even though
2004.
Even though I didn't enjoy
PS2,
it,
that's the thing. It wasn't even a PS3 or an Xbox 360 game.
Yeah.
Right.
So that shows you sort of it's still playable today, but I was just expecting a little bit more for 70 quid, and it sort of fell short for me. But like I said, it's because it's the first time I've played it. I didn't have that nostalgia for it. I had no memory of it playing before, so it just felt a bit crap and clunky, and it just didn't flow very well. And I wasn't really interested in the story because it's not a sort of a franchise that I've sort of dipped into that much.
No, when Adkins asked me when we was reviewing it, he said, do you think this is a good jumping on point for people that haven't played it before? And if you'd asked me that before I played it, I would have said, oh yeah, of course, because it's the first, it's chronologically the first. But having played it, I was like, oh my God, there's so much in here that only someone who's played the series before will understand or appreciate, because there's characters you see beforehand. I mean, you didn't even know that Snake in this one wasn't Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 1. That wasn't actually. It was like... So my answer now is that if people are, is this a chance to get into the franchise? I'm like, yeah, but you're going to be missing parts. Like until they fill in the gaps eventually with future games, if they do, I don't know if I would recommend it to people, because like a lot of the positives I have off the back of it is because it is the same game. They have overhauled the controls. Like you put it on legacy mode and see how you fancy that playing. It's unbelievably poor, but yeah, now I'm like, having played it, I was like, perhaps I should have warned you off it, but it was too late. The damage to the wallet. I was like, well, that's what happens sometimes. So my recommendation is that if it is completely fresh, go in a little bit, like have some trepidation, because seeing like Ocelot young, he will come across as a buffoon in many ways, but I have the context of what happens afterwards, so it makes a lot more sense. So story-wise, it was always going to be a bit of a struggle.
I mean, he really annoyed me, Ocelot, because I just found that all he did was just not actually kill anyone or shoot anyone. He just seemed to just spin his guns around a lot, and I was just like, I don't
pose.
It just I don't know. I think a lot of it is Kojima, the way he sort of directs it, and I've already mentioned to you about how I got so sick of the slow-mos in it, and just everything seems slightly. He loved a slow-mo roll or a slow-mo dive, and it just didn't need it, and it was so overdone. But I imagine in 2003 it would have been.
It weren't happening, yeah.
It was epic, but it seemed quite dated for me. It
is a bit of a problem, because it's out of context from 2004 and whatnot. Visually, what did you make of the job they've done? Because they have rebuilt this from the ground up. I thought it looked gorgeous. Like the game never looked that good before. But I'll refer to you in terms of, on a visual standpoint, where a lot of the work's been done to kind of bring it up to modern standards. If you were just looking, we'll talk about the design, because I think that's another hangover from the PS2. But when you're in those zones and just wandering around, what did you think of the visuals?
No, they were really good. There's a. I don't know if we do spoilers on here. It doesn't matter, does it?
Well, I'll put a tag.
Well, the boss fight you have with the old man.
Yeah.
I forgot
the end. Yeah, you can say the end.
The end.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the end. So that is. If you look how far you can see, it's incredible. Like it's really, really good. And even when I was playing that, I was thinking, there's no way it could have been this big. Like, I don't know. You can correct me now, but I was like, is it this big in 2003, 2004 when this game was created? Because if it was, that's an incredible feat to get that on a PS2. Because even then, it was still quite a big boss battle, and I'm wandering around 3 or 4 different sections to fight one boss. It felt. And it, like I say, it looked really good because I was sort of sniping him, trying to find him, and you're going like a range of bushes, then a mountain, and I'm thinking, how far am I going to look here? How far is this guy going to be away from me, and how far can I see? So it did look really good. The jungle stuff, especially. Obviously, it's hard to make. When they're in those bunkers, it's a bit grey and dreary. You don't really get the visual sort of beauty of it there, but it definitely in the jungle when he's in his camo, he's really good. Yeah.
I like when you go in the mud and then you'd like get up and the mud would be like just on caked on his fucking legs still.
Yeah.
All peel off. One of the major criticisms for the game before it even launched, because there's a lot of pre-launch coverage, was the performance of it in terms of like stuttering and frame rate. Mine nearly crashed once. It didn't. I thought, oh, here we go. It really went funny in one of the boss fights. And then somehow recovered. I've never seen a game go that far and not actually just crap out and send me to the dashboard. But in terms of like the performance of it, did you notice any of the, I don't know, like the slowdown or the choppiness in frame rate?
Not particularly. No, I didn't. Not that. I mean, I might have had it, but not enough for me to sort of take note of it. I'm not saying it didn't. It definitely didn't happen, but not enough for me to go, I've really noticed how bad this is. It didn't. I didn't get any performance issues. It never froze for me or anything like that.
No. I noticed it a little bit, but like the narrative before I got the game was, this is a mess. Like it's really choppy. I was like, oh, fuck's sake, why have they done that? But I think that's a little bit overblown, if I'm honest. But there you go. So let's talk about the game. So it is a 2004 game. They've changed the controls and the camera and brought it behind Snake. So before it was much more elevated, looking down upon the map, and you'd have to the buttons to aim and whatever were fiddly. I feel like it plays, ignoring the design of it and the maps being quite small, the actual moment-to-moment controls and the play feels up there with most modern games. It didn't feel clunky to play. It felt a bit slow and a bit fiddly in times, but it's not an action game, so that was usually when that would occur. Agree or disagree?
I did find it a bit clunky only in places where it was quite tight.
Yeah.
Trying to, especially in the bunkers, when I was trying to see around a corner or see someone, I found it a little bit, because I couldn't get the camera quite where I wanted it to.
Yeah.
That was the only time that I thought, it feels a bit aged here. But when I was sort of out in the open, it was much better, but it was only sort of more in confined spaces. I was like, I'm really, struggling to get the camera angle to get where I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's completely fair. So were you completely beside yourself at how many loading screens there were when you're traveling between environments? Did that bother you? Because that's very much a product of its time, because they didn't have the ability to have big streaming open worlds. GTA 3 came out then, but whatever. A lot of games didn't do that as GTA. So it's segmented, isn't it? Like you'll get through one encounter almost, and then there'll be a little title come up, and you'll see Snake running, and then it'll load you the next area. Did that bother you being a game in 2025? Was you a bit like, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
Not really, no. I think if it, like I say, after about half hour of playing with it, I sort of got the gist that this isn't a new game. This is really old, and they might have had I dare say the PlayStation's got the power to cope with that. They might have done it there for nostalgic reasons. I don't know. You might be able to correct me and go, no, they just didn't do it. I don't know.
Honestly, I think if you made it seamless, it would seem really small. I think if you mapped it out and
I know what you mean.
Do you know what I mean? If you could just run through it all seamlessly, I think it would actually be pretty small. And I think they thought, well, unless we completely do a Resident Evil 2, that map environment, it's nothing like the original. It's completely new architecture. Like, unless they actually rebuilt it and said, right, we're going to make all this bigger, blah, blah, blah. I just think that's what happened. I think actually if you were to plot out the map, or if a PC version had a mod where it like took out those bits, it would feel quite small. And then you've got the issue of, what if you've got an alert status going on, like carrying that all the way through the game.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, I never thought about that, but no, it didn't bother me. It didn't. I don't think it sort of affected when I was playing the game.
No. What did you make of the overall stealth mechanics? It's primarily a stealth game. I did as much as I could stealth. Obviously, sometimes you drop a clanger and have to take down and start killing people, going full Rambo. But how did you find like the camouflage and the hiding in the bushes or the long grass, crawling around, or was you steaming through and just absolutely obliterating people?
No, I sort of done it quite stealthy, the whole thing. Pretty much used exclusively like the little knockout gun and the normal pistol with a silencer.
Yeah.
Always try getting 100% camouflage. Never managed to get it. I don't know if it's even doable.
I don't think it is, no.
Oh, right, okay.
I think after you've beaten the game once, there's a camo modifier that you can add that will put it over 100, so you can just sort of crawl past people for like people speed running. But yeah, I think it's always in the 90s, the 95s.
Yeah, that's as much as I got it to. But no, I thought the stealth mechanic was pretty good. And yeah, it is good. And I don't know. Again, it's hard for me to say because I don't know if it's like if it's changed much from 2003. But it stood up in 2025. Do you know what I mean? I've played stealth games that aren't as good as that, and that's 22 years old. So
yeah,
I don't know if it's the same as what it was back then.
It's fundamentally the same. The only thing they made, obviously, the camera changes there, but back in the old one, if I remember correctly, you couldn't crouch walk, so you was either prone or walking upright.
Oh, right.
So they've kind of included that where you can creep around, can't you, and stalk people even. But you go way too slow for that. Like I found I was losing ground on them. I'd be like following around the patrol, and I'm like, fucking hell, I'm gonna get away here. But generally, like the enemy placements and all that, and the environments obviously are pretty much a 1-to-1. So all the hiding and where all the different routes that you can take are all from 2004. And you're right. There's a lot of games that do stealth either as a main mechanic or as like a side mechanic, like you see in Assassin's Creed, and it's just not up to snuff, really.
No.
But that's that. We need to talk about the bosses. These are obviously... we're going to perhaps blow by blow all of them, but these games are infamous for their boss battles. At least they were. I don't think 5 had many at all, in fact, or Phantom Pain. That was one thing that definitely was lacking. There's a couple, but not like this, where it was like... There's a bit of a camp and cheesiness involved. But I found the boss battles... and the game generally easier because of the new camera and the new controls, because you couldn't do that. You couldn't like precision aim without going into first person every time. So it was tricky to kind of keep track of what's going on. With the new camera angle, it kind of made some of the bosses quite trivial. There's a couple that had me getting a little bit frustrated, but like the end, for example, I remember playing that originally and it took me about hour and a half, 2 hours. Like it was a long, drawn out, like epic, like encounter because the camera was kind of a bit of a hindrance, and you had to do so much of it in first person to scout around. Whereas in this one, I pretty much walked through it within 25, 30 minutes. It kind of trivialized it a little bit. So maybe an up in the difficulty for returning players. But overall, boss battles, thumbs up, thumbs down, not interested, disappointed. Over the moon.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty poor, to be honest. I found them all except the last boss. Right. Is it? I forgot her name now. Big Boss, isn't it?
Yeah.
Except the last one, I just pissed all of them. I just thought they were really, really easy. Like I just got the machine gun and just blew them away. It wasn't like I was having to think about it. I think I did luck out on the old fellow. I forgot his bloody name again.
The end,
because I sort of sort of saw him, shot him, went into the next section, walked 2 steps, and he was just laying in front of me.
Yeah,
and I was like,
I think it's random.
And I just shot him, and then I only had one more bit, and I just managed to luckily find him again. So I think
he fell asleep on mine. I was crawling around. I heard him snoring, and I was like, "What the fuck's that?" And I looked up, and he was like up on this ridge, and he'd knocked off. Did you shoot his parrot?
No, I didn't. No,
you kill it, and he don't like that. So. I also told you on that one, if you don't play the game for 2 weeks and come back to it, he dies of old age.
Yeah. Things like that are good. There's another thing, isn't there? I don't know if it was you that told me that you can shoot him in like the first scene or the second scene or something and just get rid of him straight away.
Yeah, there's a moment, if you've got the sniper rifle or found it, you can kill him off and not do that battle, and there's just soldiers there instead.
Things like that I always think are quite, really... they're cool little bits, aren't they, that add in. Yeah. But yeah, overall, they're a bit sort of bombastic. I don't think it's because I was just a kid, but I don't remember them being that silly when I played Tactical Espionage, the first one. I know you had Psycho Mantis that floated around and that, but there was a geezer called Vulcan, he just had a machine gun, Sniper Wolf, which is spy. But I don't, there was a geezer that was like spitting acid. There was another geezer that was like using his... throwing bees at me. Yeah. And I was just a bit like, I don't know, I'm not sure about this. It's a bit weird. But
World War II heroes, mate. Imagine them on the battlefield back then, roaring round.
Yeah. Where's all that fucking honey come from?
Yeah, it's funny to look back on them. Again, I don't think they would fly today, and obviously they didn't for some people that played it, so it's kind of interesting to go back. Few more things in terms of like the story. I think you wasn't overly impressed with the character work and the general telling of it. Did you like the? Maybe you switched off and didn't listen, but this is kind of explained early in the game. Did you like the setting of it being in the Cold War, and they're talking about like real world events like the Cuban Missile Crisis and about how it stood down in real life? But part of the reason in this game is because they hand over Sokolov, and there's like these real world events tied into it where they use their own kind of story to kind of justify what's going on in the world. Did you pick up on any of that? Look.
Yeah, I didn't really like it because I was sort of, when I was listening to it, I was like, oh, it's, this is real stuff, this actually happened, and then the bloke's throwing bees at you, and I was like, right, you've lost your ground here. So
it's like Wolfenstein, alternate history. There's fucking robot dogs running around.
I didn't like it that much. I think a lot of it, after about the first 4 or 5 cutscenes, I sort of switched off from it and become a bit numb to it. And I was sort of watching it just thinking, I don't know what's going on here. I've lost interest. So, yeah, I don't think I'm sort of the best person to sort of ask about it because I did just sort of switch off in the end.
Out there that are doing the same thing. They're like, oh, I'll jump in now. So, well, hold your horses.
Yeah. It wasn't for me, the story. I found it a bit sort of silly and crazy. And yeah, like I said, the slow-mo cutscenes done me in. That bird, I forgot her bloody name, riding that motorbike.
Oh,
Eva, she was jumping up 400 foot with a motorbike, and it was just, and
checkers.
A full 360-degree flip and caught Ocelot in the face. And I was just like, right, he's not that quick, is he? Because he managed to get hit in the face with a motorbike. Do you know what I mean? He's not that quick reactions. So yeah, it wasn't really for me. It wasn't my sort of thing because I just sort of lost interest in it and then switched off. But yeah, basically, I didn't pay too much attention to it.
What about the radio calls? Did they get skipped through eventually? Because I had one where they were talking about fucking James Bond at one point, and Major was, well, what's he? I was just trying to save the game. And he's fucking there for 5 minutes talking about his favourite Bond films. I'm like, shut up, you old fuck.
Yeah, I think one of the guys is like I think he told you about your guns or something. I don't have a single conversation with him. I was just like, I'm not even going to listen to this because it's not going to add anything to the game to me. But yeah. One thing I did notice, I could have sworn, I don't know if this is a big deal, I wanted to let you know, but do you remember the geezer from Tactical Espionage? He had like glasses. I think his name was like Otacon. I could have sworn I saw a photo of him in the background of something. Yeah. I did. Right, okay. Right. I was going to mention it. I sort of thrown...
Now, you didn't.
Right.
You kind of did, but you didn't. Because the timeline, I think that's his dad. So that's the guy in Phantom Pain, who I don't know if you remember. He's like the Otacon fella that turns up in that game. That's the dad of Otacon. These are all this time period. It's all like the dads and Ocelot's Ocelot. He goes through all of them, but that's his dad. They look the same. The same for Snake and Solid.
Yeah. Spitting image. Got nothing from their mums, did they? These lads.
No. Also, if you look closely at the pictures in that office, it's got the prototype for Metal Gear, from Metal Gear Solid Tactical Espionage in there.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
So
I did notice a load of.
Sorry, go on.
I noticed loads of magazines as well, and they were like PlayStation magazines with like little nods to Metal Gear in, which I thought was quite cool as well.
Yeah, because they went for the Shagohod, the Russians, but obviously the Metal Gear plans, Metal Gear Rex, end up elsewhere. But they were lurking at this time, so they know to thank for that fucking monstrosity that comes roaring out. Any other business for Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater?
Not really. It wasn't my cup of tea. I don't think it was a bad game. I think if I'd have played it when I was young and played it again, I would have liked it, because I think nostalgia plays a big part in it, of playing these sort of games. Like there's a big, I've just played Gears of War, and then we were talking earlier about obviously Super Mario Galaxy's come out. I never played that. Yeah, that's getting like 95%. I bet if I don't know if did you ever play it?
I played the first one, but not the second one.
Okay, so I reckon if I played that now off the bat, I don't think it'd be getting a 95% from me, because it hasn't got that nostalgia. But yeah, I think like with Metal Gear, it's a bit of the same with that for me. I didn't enjoy it as much, but if I'd have played, if they'd have done like the tactical espionage one, and they'd have updated it, I'd have played that. I'd have been, this is amazing, because I remember the bits when I was a kid. I remember doing the bosses and bits like that. So I do think that plays a big part in it.
Yeah, you hear some of the dialogue in that, you'll be like, the fuck? It's not as bad, I don't think, but he got more mental as time went on, but there's still some ridiculous parts of that. But yeah, I don't know. Quickly, for the original, what would you like them to do with it? Because obviously it's a PS1 game. It kind of is what it is. Would you like them to do what they've done with this one, make it kind of 1-to-1, but overhaul the engine, change the camera angle, balance it out, add some quality of life stuff? Or do you want a full Resident Evil 2, go at it and make it modern from the ground up?
Probably.
It's in the hands of the gods as to what the design will be. Because I actually think this game, like you've said it a few times, I'm surprised at how well it played with hardly any change to the actual design of the game. Like the camera angle still working with like modern and easier controls. You can still, like as you were saying, the stealth's still really good. Like those moments still hold up, which I think just shows the depth of the game. But as soon as you start doing a Resident Evil 2 style thing, you've got to, that all goes out the window, all that groundwork. So you've got to do it from scratch.
It's complicated because I think Metal Gear Solid 1 is too far gone. Like, if you think you couldn't even aim down the sights, do you know what I mean? You're just pulling the trigger and running in the direction that you want to shoot. Whereas this one is
like rotating to.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if that would stand up. But then if you do a total rehaul, it's not the same game. So I don't know is the perfect answer. No. If they made it sort of like Metal Gear Solid 3 standard, where you could aim and do that, it might sort of, I would sort of go for that. That would be my perfect thing. Yeah. But I think they'd have to change a little bit to update it, because I just think if you're running and gunning and not actually be able to aim, I think that would be carnage. I just don't think it would stand up today. But yeah, I don't think I'd want a total rehaul like a Resident Evil 2, because it wouldn't be the same game, and it would just, and like you say, who's in charge of it? They might totally fucking drop the ball, mightn't they? So you don't know.
Yeah, I got a problem with that one, because this version of 3, as in Snake Eater, Delta Snake Eater, is very safe, because they didn't fuck around with any of the story or anything. I don't know if you do the full remakes, you have to then change that and start re-recording. I don't know. I think as soon as you start doing that, it'll get people's backs up. But
yeah.
To see. I think they're going to be too scared to tackle it, but we'll see as time goes on. Right, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. We've got the game in gallery. So it's made it out of the botchling bin, so it won't join Black Myth Wukong in there because you actually got through it and saw the credits begrudgingly. However, there's obviously a secondary punishment it can face by chucking it in self-storage so it doesn't get in the gallery. Or, if you're feeling generous, you've got bronze, silver, gold or platinum to award it and grade it. But what say you on Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater?
I think I'll probably give it a bronze.
Fuck, it's made it.
Yeah.
Is that because I'm sitting here? You didn't want to cause a
No, I just feel like it is a good game, but I don't think I'm the audience it was made for. If that's made, it's designed for someone that's already played the game. When you said, "Is it a good jumping in point?" and now you've played it, you think it's probably not.
Yeah,
I think that is the problem. Yeah, I think that is it. But it's still worth playing, and I did enjoy it. I think the price is a bit of a sticking point for me as well. Like,
oh yeah, that is. I don't know what it is because they done The Last of Us Part 1, which was £70. And that's only, 10 years old, that game. There's something weird about, because it's older, I almost think it should be cheaper, but even though there's probably more work put into these.
Yeah.
But Last of Us still feels modern enough that you're not making any compromises. So
I was thinking about that, because I was thinking, is it cheaper to design a game from the ground up, or is it cheaper to have a game and then strip away what you don't need and then put on what you do need? I don't know what the cost effectiveness of it is. Is it actually, like you say, more work to do this than it is to actually just start a game from fresh? But either way, £70 to me still seemed a bit strong.
Yeah. No, I think I agree with that. It's kind of on that line for me where I was like, normally I don't care too much about price because I think you've normally got a good idea before going in. You can look at it and say, okay, I'll wait for a sale, but this one's a little bit egregious, I think. But yeah, bronze though. I was expected to go in the fucking self-storage, so it's got away with that. And we'll watch this space and see what they have plans for the Metal Gear Solid franchise going forward. I imagine it's going to be the re-releases of those. They've done part 1, all the originals, like in their original format, and they're going to do the next phase, which should be 4 Peace Walker and 5 again. So then all the games will be available as they kind of were, like as the original, and then these remake series will be alongside it. But yeah, I was going to play part 1, but I was like, I don't know if I can handle the controls. But it's going to sully it, like the memory of Metal Gear Solid. I'm a bit frightened to go back and play it. I think I put it on for about. Do you remember that PlayStation Mini they had?
Yeah.
It was on there. I played it for about 2 hours, and I was like, yes, this is old. This is from 1998. I can see it in every fucking bone of my body as I've played it. So,
did the Metal Gear Solid Delta, did it actually sell well?
I don't know. I think it sold. They said it sold like 1 million. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
because a lot of it is it's gonna be like, is there a want for it? Because this might have come out and people might have gone, do you know what? I don't want this. Just we'll leave it. The memory's better than you bringing this stuff out, sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've said they're going to do more of them. I don't know what that means.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know where they go next. I think the easy one would be Metal Gear Solid 2, and you just do the same as what you did with Snake Eater, and you just leave it as it was, put it in a new engine, rebuild all the assets, and then add the over-the-shoulder camera and do it again. Then you haven't got to worry about the Uber fans shitting over it because they've fucked with the story or something. Or the headache of re-recording all the dialogue, like all that shit probably is. Once you start doing that, they probably sit down and think, fuck man, it's going to take forever.
Yeah.
Might as well just rebuild it and be done with it. So that's what if I had to guess, that would be my next one, because as you were saying earlier with the original, it's a hard job to figure out how and what to execute on, but we'll see. Hopefully we can get some more of these, because I do like the idea of them, and the fact the originals are available now kind of eases the pain a bit, because if this was the only version of it, I can see people getting annoyed, but you've kind of got those originals out there.
Yeah.
Because they were for so long, all that stuff was gone because there was no backwards compatibility, at least on the PlayStation side. Speaking of PlayStation side, Gears of War is on PlayStation. Gears of War Reloaded, to be more specific. That is the remaster. In fact, it's the second remaster of this game. They did one for Xbox earlier on. Originally came out in 2006, so only 2 years after Snake Eater, but was on the 360, which was a far more powerful machine. I think you can kind of see that when you sit down and play the game. But as with Metal Gear, what's the history with Gears of War as a franchise? Because you haven't had an Xbox for, how long now? 10 years? Over 10 years.
Yeah. Over 10 years. Yeah. I did have an Xbox for a couple of months. I bought one just to play. I think it was Gears 4. It might have been. It was fucking trash.
No, yeah.
It was Gears 4, I think, and it was terrible. And then I just
JD Phoenix and just shooting robots for the first.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah. So yeah, I bought. Basically, what happened was I remember my mate Alex Menzies, who
loves Metal Gear.
Yeah, a big Metal Gear fan. I went round his house and I had a PS2 at the time, and he said, "Look, I've just bought an Xbox 360. Have a look at this," and it fucking blew me away because I was like, "Oh my god, that man's in cover and he's blind firing behind cover. This is mental." And the graphics were just incredible compared to I might not have had a PS2. I might have had a GameCube. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure where I was at, but it blew me away. So then basically about 6 months later, bought a 360, played Gears, and then, yeah, that's basically kicked it off. Played Gears 2, played Gears 3, played Judgment, which was where it all sort of fell apart.
Yeah.
And then, like I say, I got the Xbox just to get Gears 4. That was when I didn't have kids and we had money. It's all fallen down. And then from then on, I've basically binned it. Obviously, I really, really enjoyed it when it came out. Me and you went through 1, 2, and 3 co-op online. Yeah. Was it on Insane? We put it
on Insane. Yeah, I think we did the first one again, years later, and we went to do 2 again, and I think we played about 2 hours of it and was like, fuck me, this is hard, because I think they did something with the revives where it was, a lot of the time you'd instantly die if one of you went down.
Yeah.
And I remember we just sat there, we weren't looking at each other, it was online, and we both were like, yeah. I think
what it was is on Gears 2, you got split up more.
Yeah.
So two of you would, and then you couldn't revive the other person. So I do remember that now you've said that, and just thinking this is fucking. But we did do it back in the day.
Yeah.
We did do 1, 2. I don't think we'd done 3, did we? Because there was the last boss.
Everything other than the final boss together on 3, because that was just fucking impossible almost. But we both did it individually. So I think we went offline and was like, it's going to be easy if we just do it ourselves. And then I think an hour later, both of us had done it, and it was like, okay, because that fucking God.
I remember that testing the friendship quite a bit, because I think there was a point where it was really close, and I ballsed it up, and I remember I thought you come offline or something. I can't remember what happened. You was like, I've got to go because you've annoyed me.
There was one bit where we hit it with the Hammer of Dawn. I remember when I did it single player, I was like, hang on a minute, I did that twice. We hit it 4 times once, and it didn't trigger the cutscenes. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it was that was a testing time. But yeah, so that's basically my history of Gears of War. And
the original
I really
trilogy, thumbs up. The rest went down the ship.
Yeah. I've not played... Is it 5? Is there a 5th one?
There's a 5th one, yeah.
Yeah, I never played that one, so I don't know what that's like. But yeah, basically what you said. First 3, thumbs up. Judgment, and 4, no.
Did you finish 4?
I believe I did, yeah, but begrudgingly. Didn't enjoy it.
Yeah. 4's a hard number to get 5 games. Halo 4, after Halo 3. There's something about the 4th entry. Some would argue Metal Gear Solid 4 as well, because it's got an hour and a half long cutscene in it. So, and that's just one of them. There's multiple over half hour long. You will go fucking mad if you ever sit down and play that game. You can probably get through the game in 3 hours if you skip all the cutscenes. It's that much fucking padding in there.
Kojima tricking people.
Yeah, exactly. But Gears of War Reloaded is a remaster. It's being pegged as rather than a remake. It's on PlayStation. Was it weird booting up your PlayStation and seeing like Gears of War come up? Like,
yeah, it was a little bit. Yeah. I always remember whenever I used to play from Xbox to PlayStation, when you used to put Gears on, the controllers fitted your hands so much better.
Right.
And it feels weird having a really thin controller and playing Gears. I always associate, I know it's really strange, but associating Gears of War with just having this fuck off massive controller in my hands.
Yeah. Well, it's always good stuff. So, what's the lowdown on Gears of War Reloaded then? Because what I'll say, I can tell this is obviously a remaster, so they've up-resed it and left most of the other stuff alone. Delta was, remade. It's a PS2 game. I did notice, like, just seeing like the videos and the screenshots, just like the faces on Snake and the characters compared to like the faces of Dom and that are so much more detailed on Delta. Like, that's what I noticed where, you can tell there's been a remake rather than just an up-res of the original assets. Like their faces still looked like lacking definition. They looked sharp and crisp, but that's the first time I've really like noticed a remaster and a remake, like because they come out so close together. I was like, the faces immediately. But
yeah,
you take it away.
It looks better than it did on Xbox 360, but it don't look like a PS5 game. Is what I would. That's the best way to describe it.
PS5 game?
Yeah, I'd say it looks like one. Yeah. I wouldn't say it plays, obviously, because some of it's a bit old. But yeah, it did look like a PS5 game. But yeah, Gears definitely doesn't look like it's never going to win. Oh, this looks amazing. It does look better, and there were certain bits where I remember it on 360, and I walked into a room and thought, I didn't even notice half this stuff because it's just been brushed up and looks a lot better, and they've added a bit more detail and there's a little bit more going on in the distance, sort of thing. But on the whole, it don't look brilliant.
Did Last of Us Part 1 look that like a PS5 game to you?
I thought it did, yeah.
Yeah. Again, it's a remake. I know people don't. Well, there is a difference. And you can kind of see it. I think Gears of War shows there's not anything wrong with it. It's half the fucking price nearly. So, that's obviously a positive of it. But when people are going, Last of Us, it's just an up-res. I was like, no, there's more to it than that. That game does look. If you go back and look at the original, there's a lot of work being done to it. But
yeah, I thought that.
So in 2025, how does Gears of War feel? Is it still up to its old tricks? You've got active reload, you've got cover-based shooting, you've got chainsaws, you've got fucking grubs coming out of emergence holes. Scratch one grub. Did it still land, and did it still play and feel like a game that you enjoyed at least?
So this is what I mean about the nostalgia of the game. So I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really good, but fucking it feels old. Like that cover system is really clunky. The amount of times I'd get into cover and he'd get into the wrong bit of cover and I'd go, no, come out of there. And he's fucking stomping around with his massive heavy feet. And then you got Dom up your arse. And you're like, no, come out the way. I can't. It really was frustrating and it felt old. It really, really felt old. Yeah. It could do the active reload is still fantastic. There's nothing that, it is what it is. You push the button and it's really good. That's flawless. It was flawless then. It's still flawless now. But the actual cover system, I found really, really hard in places, especially trying to get over cover where I'd sort of push forward, press A to jump over and he'd sort of go round it. And I go, oh no, that's not what I want you to do there. And
he's doing a roadie run and now he's fucking...
and straight run into a troika. Absolutely minced me. But it feels old. But like I say, because I've played it and I had that nostalgia of certain aspects of it, I enjoyed it, but it did definitely feel its age,
Yeah. Interesting. Because I just have a memory of like, it'll be fine. Because it was at that era, I feel like when we got to PS3 and 360, that's when they started working out, third person cameras, this is how it should feel. And that you could port most things forward without much work and it'd still feel up to snuff. But clearly there's a little bit of... And let's be honest, out of the three, I love Gears of War 1, but 2 and 3 are better games, fundamentally.
Yeah,
they cleaned a lot up in those two games.
When I finished Gears Reloaded, I was thinking of, I can't wait. I really hope they do 2 and 3 because that like they play so much better, and it's almost like they got like a story, and they got like the Lancer and these horrible locusts. They got this story right, and they just needed to just brush it up. And I feel like in 2 and 3 they've done that really well. They didn't change too much, but just made it a bit of a smoother animal. Yeah. Whereas I want them to do 2 and 3 now, because this really, it feels just clunky. It's still enjoyable. I bet if you played it, you'd go, really good, still a good game. But in places, it is frustrating because it is fucking clunky. That's all I can say. Just really heavy and clunky.
What difficulty did you play it on? Normal.
So
like 2 above normal, I think. There's insane and another one. I can't hardened. Maybe I can't remember what it's called, but.
Yeah, I think it's hardened and insane. So I had it on the 3rd, I had it on hardened.
Okay, yeah.
And then I played like 20 minutes on insane, and I was like, no, I can't do that on my own. I've not got the patience for this.
No, it's hard. But like I said, sometimes insane's easier on your own, because then you're just accountable for the situation. When you've got people coming out of cover and whatnot.
Something I noticed as well is that the sort of the AI of Dom and your mates is fucking dreadful. Like that really shows the time, because they just walk out and just get killed straight away. Like literally every fight. I reckon if they could have summed up all the locusts I killed, I reckon I killed 99% of them, because they literally just go down straight away, jump straight out of cover, I get killed, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I remember them just being helpful distractions sometimes. Like if there's someone on a troika, if you pop out and they're aiming at you, you're going to get fucking carved up. But if one of those buffoons do it, then it gives you a chance to get a shot in, or maybe a headshot from a sniper rifle or something like that. But yeah, it's interesting. I never thought about the co-op element or the companions, because there's different ways to go about it, and they were just like, yeah, they can die, and you have to pick them up. So that's how it's going to be. Story wise, and the plot, acting, characters, and whatnot. How does that stand up in today? Because it's very much a B movie type affair, but I always found it was good fun, and like it wasn't. I mean, it is over the top, but not like it's not people doing backflips on bikes off people's foreheads, for example. Like it's over the top, but it's grounded in their kind of version of events. But how did that hold up?
Yeah, again, it's like the nostalgia thing. So I know what was coming. I knew the story. It's not the most interesting, I don't think. But yeah, it still sort of is okay. I think some of the characters are a bit over the top low, like when I forgot what his name is, like the general who's in charge of you.
Oh yeah,
that really thick Hoffman, that's it. Really thick American accent, proper like, it's really sort of.
The start of it's really weird as well. You're like locked up in jail, and they're like, right, get out of there, Marcus, and you're like, and then you're just leading this fucking charge against the locusts. Like, what's happened? You just broke him out of jail.
There is because I think there's quite a big sort of comic book thing based on it as well, and there's been books and things like that, which explains a lot of the details. Because obviously Marcus's dad is to be honest, I wasn't really paying too much attention, but Marcus's dad is responsible for saying it. You have to go back to the Phoenix Estate to get a few bits, and I think that the books
that mission, I hated that mission. I remember on the Insane trying to defend the mansion, being just like, oh my goodness, what's going on?
Something I wanted to tell you about as well. Do you remember there's a mission as well when we done it on Insane where you're in those
that high
that you're in those mine carts, and those wretches run along, and they fall in
the fucking mine cart, and you just fucking die. You got no.
Yeah. I remember as soon as it come on, and we played that mission so many times to fucking. Oh, that was impossible. But yeah, just that all come back to me, and as soon as I got in that minecart, I was like, "Oh Christ alive! I'm not doing this again, are we?"
That is funny. Yeah, I remember because I saw like a video of it, obviously in the lead up, and then just hearing some of the quips, I was like, "Oh, I immediately taken back to like that moment of like, stupid things and grubs, boom, all that shit." Like, He's really
and the coal train. You talk about over the top characters. Christ alive, that Coltrane. My
Is
goodness.
Baird still a cunt?
Yep. Still insufferable. I don't know what it is, but did we play it? Because I just associate Baird. This sounds terrible because we're just talking about, but I associate Baird with Reeves. Did we play it with Reeves, and was Reeves Baird at some point? I think.
I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting.
I don't know why. I don't know if we played number. I don't even know if it was 3 or 4 player. So I don't think it was. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is, but yeah, Paul Reeves.
Called him a cunt, and the first thing you thought was Reeves. So that's word association, as far as I'm concerned. Got something you don't want to tell us.
Paul Reeves.
Crapped on. You don't listen. What? Anything else that you want to talk about with Gears of War Reloaded? How long roughly did it take to get through it? Because again, it's one of those games where in my mind it's like 10, 12 hours, but I feel like it's maybe like 6 to 8 hours when it's all said and done. Like if you know what you do.
Yeah, I think it was about 12 hours.
Okay.
Obviously, I had it on the slightly harder setting, so I did die a few times. The thing I was going to say, although the price is, because I actually paid 40 quid for it, so I actually paid top whack because I downloaded it off the PlayStation Store, but I know in places you could get it for 35.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of replayability to it. They've not added anything to it. It's not like there's like, you can unlock anything, like a skin. There's nothing. It's just the game is the game.
Yeah.
So it's a bit, I found it a little bit poor in that sense. I know, what do you expect for 40 quid? They've given you the game. Yeah. But even with like...
You go online, got a whole multiplayer suite to get gunned into oblivion.
But even with Metal Gear Solid Delta, you could go back and play it and go through it again and unlock stuff. And
get new weapons to fuck around in and
Yeah, there's nothing like that. Just there's a few cogs you could go back and get these little light blue cogs. And if you remember them... Yeah, but there's not really a lot else to do with it, so I was a little bit disappointed with that. But yeah, overall, I did enjoy it. It was a good game, but like I said, I think the nostalgia plays a big part of it. I think if no one's played this game and they picked it up and played it, they go, fucking hell, this... Yeah, I do. But I think 2 and 3, if they could do 2 and 3, I'd be buzzing for that, because they were a lot better games, I thought.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a toss-up between 2 and 3, but certainly 1 was... one was great back in the day. I remember being fucking blown away when I first played it, but they obviously refined it over the years, and the sequels were excellent.
Dom's wife in 2, though. That's the only problem. That harrowing scene.
But even that, though, there's at least there's some gravity to the story a little bit. Yeah. They've got those sort of. They're not. Again, we're not talking Last of Us levels of lore and character work, but there's something there rather than poor fucking Carmine getting his head blown off every fucking game. So that's like
poor Carmine.
The thing that annoys me, I won't even talk about it in 3. It's just there's certain things we'll save that for whenever they release it.
All right.
And it's not just that boss we got stuck on. Gears of War Reloaded then. Again, the same setup. We've got the gallery. Botchling bins been avoided, which is good. We've got self-storage, bronze, silver, gold, or platinum.
I'll probably give it a bronze as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
If you was playing with me, would it have been platinum? Would you think playing it co-op would have made it better, or maybe not worse, but would it have enhanced it much?
Yeah, it would have. It would have. Yeah, it would have definitely. Playing it with somebody else adds another. I know I've just dug it out for being a bit. You can't really replay it. If you have somebody else playing with you, it does change the sort of the dynamic of the game, because, like I say, when Dom goes down, I'm like, well, he's gone. I've got, he's not helping me here.
Can he go down when you separate out? When it's like
no,
okay, because that would be a deal breaker, wouldn't it? If because one of you goes down in those circumstances, there's no revives. It just you go back to the checkpoint.
Yeah.
One thing I was going to ask you: did you ever? I remember playing the game. It was when I played the Ultimate Edition a few years ago. Like not knowing where to go. Sometimes it'd be like, like an encounter would end, and I'd be like all turned around. And I was like, I don't know what way to go. And I kept I remember I was like wandering around, there's like a petrol station, and I was like, what the fuck? Why isn't it triggering like the next encounter to go in there and press a button or something? Did you notice any of that, or get snarled up in any sort of moments like that?
There was one bit I did have. I don't know if it was at petrol station, but there was I was looking for a button, and I was like, well, I don't know what it looks like. So I do know what you mean. A lot of it I managed to do from memory, just because you get to it and you go, I know where I've got to go here. But thinking about it, it doesn't actually. I don't think there's. It gives you an indication. It tells you what you've got to do, but I don't think it gives you any sort of arrow as if to say it's over here, it's over linear,
there. But I just remember being turned around and I was like, "What's?" And some of that's because my memory wasn't as good, and I was trying to remember it, and then I was remembering it wrong. Going, "Well, it was here." Well, the last time I played, it was here. Clearly, it wasn't. That's the trouble of replaying stuff sometimes, but yeah, annoying. Well, look, Gears of War Reloaded gets itself a bronze. Delta gets itself a bronze. I'm going to say this. You can be rejected, so no pressure. What's this all about, this BioShock on Switch? Now, the collection it is. I know you've played through these before, but this feels... Did you finish? I know you didn't finish 3 because you don't like it.
Yeah.
So does that count? Does that mean the whole series is now botchlim? I don't know. Maybe we'll go through the rules later, but I'm just more interested about playing a game like BioShock on the Switch. Original Switch. There's no Switch 2 lurking for yourself. So what was that like? Was it noticeably poor, or was it actually like, I'm surprised. I know they're Xbox 360 games, but the Switch still seems a bit lacking in power and whatnot, but I just wanted to hear about that.
So it played all right, to be honest, and because I was used to it being on the 360, the graphics pretty much looked about the same as a Switch. It wasn't like, they hadn't been upgraded, I felt. I played it on my TV mainly with the little controller. I didn't actually play it on the actual screen itself, but yeah, it played all right. Again, nostalgia. I think if you played it off the bat now, never playing BioShock, you'd go, especially the first one, because you can't even aim. It's not... You,
sights, can you?
No. I still think the stories and the setting, especially the setting of BioShock, being underwater, is just such a good... I just think it's a brilliant setting, a really, really good story, really good concept. It's something that I'd love for them to do another BioShock game. I've always wanted them to do it. I don't know why they binned it after 3, to be honest, because I think they were all quite successful, and normally, they fucking flog a dead horse till there's nothing in the barrel, but it's sort of like but yeah, it played all right. I enjoyed going through it. The Switch is what it is. But yeah, overall it was all right. But like you said, I hate the third one so much. I gave it about an hour. I just don't. Why? I know you like it. I spoke to Adkins. Adkins said I was a knobhead because I don't like the third one. He thinks the third one's the best one. I just can't. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's like one of my biggest things. I really can't stand the game.
Like I said to you, it's fine. You're not like 3. I get it, but you can't put 2 in front of 1. But that's not acceptable. Like, I can accept people saying, 1. I can accept you saying 1, 2, and 3 even. But to have 2 in front of 1 is just sacrilege in my eyes.
Oh no, I like 2. I thought 2 was the best, yeah, because they'd honed it. They'd got everything ready. You Big Daddy now. You've got the rivet gun. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. That. Yeah.
How much was the collection? Do you remember? Was it like quite cheap?
Yeah, I bought it second hand from Vinted. So I only paid like 25 quid for it, like including postage and that. So yeah, I don't think it was too bad. Anyone, it's oh fucking hell, what's that on?
Amazon.
How have I gone? Fucking hell.
Might be.
I've been absolutely. I've been pants pulled down. I thought I got a bargain for 20 quid, 25 quid.
Did you sell it on?
No, I've still got it. Okay. I reckon I've bought BioShock more than any other. Maybe that or The Witcher. I've bought The Witcher like 3 times.
You played it 3 times though.
No, I've only played it twice. Yeah, I've done it twice. One of them I'd done it the normal one, and then the next time I'd done it all the way through, and then all the expansions, and that fucking sapped the life out of me. But yeah, I bought BioShock so many times. I thought, I'm just going to keep this because in about a year and a half's time, I go, cool, I really fancy playing BioShock.
Yeah, free, infinite, get it done. Well, technically, this could be. Are you saying you'll go back to it then in the future? Potentially.
Yeah, but I won't go back to 3. It just won't get played.
That consigns it to the botchling bin because you haven't finished the game. Is that what you want to happen?
All right, we'll keep it open then. I might go back to it, but
you could go for it once. It's only 10 hours. Just hour a night for a couple of weeks. Have a look around. Go, yeah, Columbia is better than Rapture. I'll get it now.
No, not in my eyes. Rapture's unbeatable.
All right, I won't put it in the bin just yet, but I'll come back in a year and see if that's been rectified. Right, that's that. Thanks for that, Biff. Enjoyed that. The Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater, and Gears of War Reloaded both earned themselves a bronze. On PlayStation 5, Gears of War has landed. And will you play Halo if they bring that over? Go through those again? Or
I probably
you're not going
would.
to get an Xbox anymore. That's done, isn't it? They're dead to you pretty much.
Yeah. The only thing I'm a bit gutted about is it. They've got Fable coming out, haven't they?
Yeah.
I'm a bit gutted because I wouldn't mind playing that. And all the.
I think it will come over though later.
Oh, do you? Oh, right, perfect.
Yeah, I think really like a year or so. I don't see why they would keep that.
And is it Bethesda?
Yeah.
Are they Xbox only now?
Well, again, they are, but then Indiana Jones is coming out of their publishing house and is on PlayStation. It took 6 months, but...
Oh, okay.
So again, I think it's all slowly going to migrate over. They seem to be following that strategy. So you can just sort of sit there and wait.
Always frightened they're going to release another Skyrim and I'm not going to be able to play it.
Well, Elder Scrolls 6 will be the next one, but fuck knows when that's coming. And would you play Starfield if that came over? Because that was like that was their game after Skyrim.
Well, I did sort of listen to the review on this and it didn't go down too well, so I don't know if I would or not. Yeah.
I've not played it. I've not been that in. It's weird because if you asked me...
I thought you had played it.
No, Adkins played it.
Oh, right, okay.
I've got it like wish listed, and every time it goes on sale, I'm like, nah, don't fancy that.
Oh, I don't know, I've got my wires crossed there. I thought you played it and you thought it was shit. Or I might have read a review and it was not got reviewed well then or something.
It's not Skyrim, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's tricky. I mean, Fallout 4 was before that, so obviously 3. I think they sort of there's Fallout 3 and Skyrim, 2 back-to-back absolute gems, and then 4. I liked 4, but not as much as 3. It played a lot.
You like New Vegas as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I only went for that one. So the rumor is that that 3 and New Vegas might be remastered. So we'll see then.
Oh, okay.
We'll really see what happens then. So, but yeah, there's a lot of Xbox stuff probably going to come over. So you just sit tight.
That's good then.
Eventually.
But yeah, I would Halo 3. I definitely would. If that come across, I'd definitely buy that just for nostalgia reasons.
Yeah, I hope they do 1, 2, and 3 in like some sort of collection.
Yeah.
I played through 1 and 2, not recently, but recent enough, and 3 is definitely more approachable. You can't sprint, can you? I mean, it's another thing. Like you play Bioshock 1, you can't aim down sights, so you can't sprint in Halo. Those ones hard. Anyway, we're waffling about nostalgic Xbox games. They'll all be over at one point, and you can jump on them. I haven't bought anything on Xbox for years now. I haven't even switched it on. It's not even plugged in. It's as good as gone. If it's going to come to PlayStation, I might as well just get it on there. I don't like renting it either off Game Pass. It puts much pressure on finishing it quickly.
Why don't you just get rid of your Xbox and get some money for it then?
Because I don't want to deal with the pond life that you have to deal with to sell these things. That's it, really. You're right, actually. But they keep putting the prices up as well, so I'm thinking, well, actually, it might be worth more in a couple of years if they keep... But I should just get... I can't think of a reason why I'll turn it on.
Yeah.
Because even if I was really desperate, the PC's here, and everything comes to that. So
just take it down to... Mind you talk about pond life.
Game, they're gone.
CEX, that's the king of the pond life. But you can take it down there and get a couple
easy.
of,
But then you're getting your pants pulled down. That's the other side.
Yeah.
At least when you're one-to-one transaction, normally you get a better price, but I should do that. I've got the fucking mini fridge here as well. That needs to go. Chuck that in a skip, I think. Get rid of that. It wasn't even a good mini fridge at the time. Like Got them.
Had to have it.
Yeah. Anyway, waffling. Right. Cheers for that.
No worries, man.
To speak about those. And as for the audience, I'll bid you adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. So there we have it. That's another episode of Idle Game Chat in the book. We are fast approaching the end of 2025. So I hope you've enjoyed this new version of Idle Game Chat, going to a more monthly magazine style, and can get your fix that way. It's been much easier on us so far in terms of having to produce and edit and whatnot. So that's definitely made a huge difference there. We're still playing the same amount of games. We're still just as ill-informed as we always have been. So that's not going to change. But we'll be in December the next time we speak, December 2025. Unless, of course, you're listening to this in some sort of archive fashion, which, you know, I think there's a reason to do that now. These aren't timely podcasts. They are there for you guys as and when, and the timestamps on the games help as well, because you can just skip through all the stuff that you're playing and want to come back to avoid spoilers. Now, we do our best to avoid spoilers, but you never know. There's when you've got Biff on the fucking team and Adkins, and Adcock's pretty bad as well. So anyway, I'm making this episode longer than it needs to be. We'll be back in a month's time with more Idle Game Chat. Nothing more for me to say other than thanks for your time and ta-da. Forgot to cue up the exit music, so I'll do that again. Thanks for your time. I won't edit. Can't be asked. I said we weren't editing as much, and this is part of it, so thanks for your time. I've got to press a button on this. See, I'll tell you what it is. It's this Stream Deck Elgato. I have to lean over and press a button, and I've done the exit. That's like the thanks for your time and ta-da. And I'm supposed to hit the button. You see, I didn't. I was just sitting back, and I was like, "Hang on a minute, I've got to pop that in." Now I could have edited it in post and put it. But I'm not doing that. We're cutting down, as I said, and I've made this even longer. So sorry, ta-da.
This was a Dimp Digital production.